boy Kieran. We've all lost something because of Colm. And that is why we will shepherd him to eternity.
Amen to that.
Now keep those fingers off those triggers, because we'll need cool heads and calm dispositions to see this done.
Practice what you preach, brother.
Whatever do you mean?
Are you gonna keep your cool? Really? When you seem to lose it all so often now.
This doubting and questioning of yours, I miss the old Arthur.
Don't we all?
You two quit it. Y'all got a job to do, and we're all in rough agreement about how we're doing it. As far as I can tell.
Exactly.
We'll get it done, all right.
All right then. Come on. We got a hanging to witness.
Hey. All right. Good. Now, you see that pair of assholes?
Sure.
They're Colm's boys.
Yes, I think so.
What a surprise. I'm glad we're here. What are they pointing at?
I don't know. We gotta follow them and find out.
Yeah. Oh, here comes somebody. Stay here.
Don't do nothing.
Go brush that horse, officer.
Yes, sir.
The crowd came to see a show. We don't want to disappoint them.
I guess they did miss their chance to see John swing by his neck.
Hey, you know I wasn't going to let it come to that.
I guess I don't know what I know no more.
And I guess this isn't the time to question either my decisions or yours. Here and now, Colm O'Driscoll's going to get his due. He's turned down there. Let's go. Quiet.
What's it look like? Bunch of cops. How many?
Enough. So what do you think?
Paul's up on the roof. Once he starts shooting, we have to have our wits about us and move fast.
Yeah, I guess we faced worse than this before.
Sure. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
So, they got a guy up on the roof overlooking the gallows. Find a way up there, onto one of these verandas, through a building maybe, and get him. And do it silently.
Well, obviously I'm gonna do it silently. I want to see this bastard sling.
Oh, Arthur, use a ladder. Find a way up to the roof and stop him. I'll go back to Mrs. Adler.
Where's this shooter then? Well, what we got here? Your boss is gonna swing, I promise. Well, Colm, there goes your escape plan.
Anthony, for as long as any of us can remember, it is justice that separates us from barbary. Yet justice itself can at times be barbaric. For sometimes a man is so savage, the only way to deal with him justly is by savagery. Colm O'Driscoll is one such man. He has murdered, tortured, robbed, stolen, raped, and abused for a decade across 5 states, seemingly with impunity. Today, justice catches up with him.
As well you may. I've been a bad man.
Silence!
These charges...
This is not a court where you shall be tried. This is a place where your sentence is to be carried out. And your sentence, Colm O'Driscoll, is that you are to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. This is not a task we take lightly. It is not a task we enjoy. But it is a task we must carry out if our civilization is to prosper. Gentlemen, are we ready? Colm O'Driscoll, may God, in his infinite wisdom, have mercy upon your soul. Whenever you are ready.
Now you know how it feels to watch somebody you love die. You ruined my life!
Morgan, you hear us? Take a shot on these O'Driscolls! Fellas in our way, Arthur. Would you kindly do something about it?
No more matches left to get between us.
I can't get a shot on it!
Someone's got to deal with you.
Just about done!
Stay with me! I'll hold him down!
Hold it right there. That's an order. Come on, they ain't gonna kill themselves.
All right, we're out!
Call back. Get out of here.
Well, we got him.
Let's just get out of here.
Go.
How you get on, Arthur?
Well, we saw the bastard hang okay, but the whole thing ain't gonna save us.
I know it's from that Mary.
Mary?
She ain't worth it, Arthur.
Who is?
My dear Arthur, I am sorry I asked for your help with Daddy, but at the time, I felt that I had nowhere else to turn. After reading the recent events in the newspaper, I understand much better now just how busy you have been. I don't imagine you will receive this letter, but I nonetheless must send it. Arthur. Oh, Arthur. I was just starting to dream the silliest and softest of dreams. I miss you, and I will always miss you, but I cannot live like that, and it seems you cannot live any other way. When I'm with you, the world makes sense, but when we are apart, I see clearly that your world is not a world from which one can escape. I am so sorry for everything long ago, and for starting up that business again. There's a good man within you, Arthur, but he is wrestling with a giant, and the giant wins time and again. You've broken my heart again, and I fear I have broken yours. For that, I will never forgive myself, but you must let me go now. I enclose a ring you gave me many years ago, when we were both young, not because I don't like it, but because I care for it far too much, and it reminds me too much of you. I hope one day you'll find some people in love who can use this, for it kept me thinking of you all these years, and I hope by returning it to you, I can finally be free. Goodbye, Mary.
Mr. Morgan,
How you feeling about Molly?
I'm feeling she got exactly what she deserved.
That's what I figured.
Hi, Arthur.
Hi, Uncle.
Oh, look who it is!
Hello, Karen.
Look who it is! Oh, Arthur. Big, tough Arthur.
You wanna know something? Arthur?
What?
I don't know. I don't know. I had something to say. I did.
Take it easy, Karen. On the hooch.
Why? Because a good, sober life will bring me peace and contentment? What a crock of shit this world is.
I don't want to die. Now, you fools want to die acting all disruptive like this. Now, this is Dutch's gang. Dutch's. We follow him.
Sure. Of course he
Nothing
is.
more.
But
what?
But open your goddamn eyes, you fool. Open your eyes. Die if we stay here.
You're the fool! A disloyal fool!
No one being disloyal here, boy.
The Reverend left, Arthur.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. He left me a note. Told me I should do the same.
Why?
Well, I think he's worried.
He's a right to be worried. You worried?
Sure, but I still think maybe things will turn out okay. You'll steer Dutch right. I know you will.
I'll try, Miss Grimshaw. Really, I will.
Oh, sir, just in time. I'm lost out here and I ain't got no food and no water.
It might shock some folks, but not me. Come on, come on.
Could you, please take me to town, please? Oh, you're a good man. A good man. Hey, hey!
Just had to ask for help, huh? Let's go, boy. Yeah. Hey, move it!
Come on now. Get moving, will you?
Oh, God. What is the matter with you?
I sure hope your hell-raising days are behind you.
Have yourself a nice trip.
Lady dang near threw me out our shanty last night. Say I've been spending time in the devil's...
Need to hit the trail? Hop in.
Evening, sir.
Can I get a ride, please, partner?
Where can I take you?
What the fuck?
Can you take me to Annisburg, please?
Best settle in then. This'll be a long one.
Evening, mister.
Well, this is you.
Thanks. You help me out. Good evening.
Well, hello there.
How's it going?
Having a rough go of it.
Okay, boy. Yeah.
I like how them let you ride. All right, look at the goddamn he was, bro. That's insane.
¡Suéltame! ¡Ayúdame! ¡Socorro! ¡Que alguien me ayude! ¡No me suelta! ¡Hijo es mío! ¡Señor! Por favor. Ayúdeme. Me duele.
Whoa, easy. Easy, easy. I know, boy. Nearly done. pretty good hunt there, boy. Okay, boy. Yeah.
Pierde la pieza. Ya no aguanto. No puedo.
Yep. Yep.
Who's that?
Careful with that horse,
It's
Arthur.
all good. Calm down. Yeah.
Getting real low on meat here.
Good. We really needed this. Many thanks, Mr. Morgan. I'm very into my crafting at the moment, Mr. Morgan. I'm very happy to make you something if you bring me the right materials.
I reckon I need to get my hands on some materials first.
Ay Dios, no hay remedio. Ay Dios, no hay piedad. Me robas el reposo. Y adiós tranquilidad. Hasta un gorrioncito, amoroso la yo. Y dijo, mi bonita, te quiero mucho yo. Hasta un gorrioncito, amoroso la yo. Y dijo, mi bonita, te quiero mucho yo.
Mr. Morgan.
Herr Strauss,
How are you?
about how I look.
Okay. Are you perhaps available for some work?
Debtors?
Yes.
I guess.
Your commitment to your duties is admirable. You know, Mr. Morgan, you are... Well, I'm sorry for you. No,
Huh?
never mind. I didn't...
Look, Strauss.
You take care.
I ain't dead yet.
No, of course not. That's what I was saying.
The debtor, Strauss. Who owes you money?
Well, there's a deserter from Fort Wallace. Head to him first. They're looking for him out on the road near Three Sisters. Man's name is J. John Weathers.
J. John Weathers.
Then there's a miner over in Annesburg. He's called Arthur. Like you. Arthur Londonderry. Family man, desperate. You know the type.
Couldn't one of the boys do this?
I tried. They lacked your... vigor.
Vigor, huh? All right.
Take care, Mr. Morgan.
I'm feeling pretty sleepy now.
Good, yes, I guess that's good.
You going to get up?
What, Arthur? I'm going back to sleep.
Yep.
The pox! I am well. Hands up. You trying to rob a sick man?
I was trying to help.
Bullshit you was.
I hope you move, fancy boots. Unlike you, I was honorable.
Lousy bastards. Come on, boy. Whoa, easy. There, boy. Yep. J. John Weathers.
They call me Snow Goose now.
Whatever they call you. You borrowed money off of Leopold Strauss. The bill's come due.
This ain't the best time, sir.
This ain't the best time for anyone.
Mr. Strauss knew it was a long-term proposition.
The debt is due.
Okay. I got supplies meant to last through the winter. You can take them. Just, is there any way you can help me? I stay out here, there won't be anyone to pay you.
I ain't here to help. I'm here to collect. We're all of us up against it.
Look, there's men after me. They're killers. I ain't a deserter, just an objector. It ain't right. If there was another way than running, I need your help.
Shut up.
Please.
Up here, it's him.
It's too late.
Form up, we shoot on sight.
I clear off, sir.
Shit. Well, seeing as I'm here, may as well protect the payment.
Oh no! The horses! We're putting you in the dirt!
Too damn close.
There's so many of them!
It's all right, my darling. You can come out.
I probably should have helped you fix the damn wagon.
We could probably still save something.
Really now?
Look, you can take the silver locket for the debt.
Fine. Now, go. Get her somewhere safe. Go on.
Thank you, fella. I don't know where we can go, but I'll try. Pray for us.
We're past praying, boy. All right, boy. Yeah.
Can you help? Can you help me, mister?
What's the problem?
The goddamn horse got spooked and run off.
Are you hurt?
Not too bad, at least. But he took my damn leg.
Sorry.
He went that way, I think. His name's Buell.
Buell?
Second time a prick named Buell cost me a leg.
Huh?
Buell was my general when I lost it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, if you see an angry bastard of a horse with my wooden leg, I'd be real grateful.
I'll bear that in mind. There he is. Easy, whoa. Easy does it, eh? Better calm you down. Hey, now. Yeah, come on now. Well, easy now. Go easy. Easy. Easy, easy. Come on now. Come on now. Easy. Go easy. Easy, easy. Come on now. Easy. Go easy. Come here. Come here. There we go. Easy. Whoa. Got you. Just come on. Hey, easy now. Easy, it's okay. Easy, you're okay. Easy. Easy. Take it easy there. Whoa, boy, easy now. Whoa, now, easy. Whoa, now, easy, easy. Easy there, easy. Easy. Easy there. Easy, easy. Whoa there, easy. Whoa, whoa, easy. Whoa. Easy. Easy there, easy. Easy there. Easy, easy. Whoa there, easy. Hey, easy now. Whoa, easy. Easy, it's okay. You're okay, boy. Easy, boy.
Damn, Miles Head.
You're okay. Take it easy there. Easy there. Easy. Easy there. Easy. Whoa, whoa. Easy. Easy. Whoa. Easy. Settle down, boy. Easy. It's okay. Whoa. Easy. Wait. Now come on, Dan. Let's get you back. He's just where you left him. Can't go far with that leg in your stirrup. Can't go bucking him like that. You better be good, you hear? I get the notion he's not a man you want to cross. No matter how big and strong you are. We ain't far now. Nothing gonna spook you here. Come on. You're not so nasty. I found him.
You're a good man, Mr.
Arthur. You're right. He's a brute.
Hamish Sinclair. Yeah, he's a great horse, aside from when the devil got him. Hey, you want to hand me that leg there, please? And while you're at it, give old Buell a kick for me, would you? I'm only kidding. Thank you. Weren't but a snake that spooked him. You're a real gentleman, you know?
Sometimes, maybe. Yeah, how'd you lose a leg?
Oh, in the war. Cannonball. Pretty clean, though. I don't have much pain, and I didn't get any gangrene. A young boy went into battle with me, got cut in half, so all things considered, I'm doing pretty well, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. So, how is the false one?
It's okay. I can still hunt, fish, enjoy the outside. Weren't sent too crazy by it. Anyway, I ain't got much to pay you with.
You know, that's okay.
You like fishing? You can come with me someday. I know some pretty good spots.
I'm a pretty poor fisherman.
Yeah, well, I'm great, so between the two of us, we do okay. My cabin is right over on the other side of O'Creagh's Run there. Thanks again. You throw me again, you old dumb bastard, I'm gonna put a bullet in you. I'll see you again.
mister? Yeah. Easy, easy. Stay there. You work hard, boy.
Corn. Take the corn. Take the corn. Take the corn. You got the ass kicked. Uh-oh.
You better shut up that pretty mouth, or I'll shut it for you.
Let's go favor check. Go save this young woman. Do you want to ride? Check. We catch up with him and save him. We got him in eyesight, check. We got him in eyesight. Something got going on, check. Where the head is? I shot that big head out. This where your head is.
Oh, what is the matter with you?
Huh? Did I save you? Man, I should let the nigga, there you go. I should have let the kidnapper say it.
Okay, boy. Ah! Hey, easy.
What's still happening?
Shit!
I want to fuck with you, boy.
Go, go! Hey, easy now. You're all right, boy.
That nigga still after me.
Yep. There we go. You're all right, boy. Hold on.
You just keep on moving now.
What nigga?
Another day on the move. Easy! Will you move?
You don't look tough.
You want your hide hung?
All right.
Hello there. Back to it.
Yeah.
Arthur,
How you doing?
nervous? But I've been nervous for a while. I had a lot of time to think in that jail, and I feel like I just don't know Dutch no more.
You ain't the only one.
And this plan to get us out, it just feels... I don't know.
Like you're stringing us along, I know.
Killing in cold blood, revenge, we all do bad things, but he seems to enjoy it now. It's like he just wants to create more enemies, more chaos.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I love Dutch. He saved me a long time ago. I feel like in Saint Denis, when I got arrested, maybe he could have done something.
I feel like you should take your woman and child and get lost.
Do you?
What reason you got to stick around at this point? It's done. I don't see no way out of any of this.
What about loyalty?
That's long been broken.
But what are you gonna do?
Gotta see this through. Try and make some of it right. There was a code we had. Gotta still mean something.
Sure, I know, but...
Listen to me. When the time comes, you gotta run and don't look back. This is over.
And now?
Now we gotta help Dutch give the army one final tweak on its nose.
Yeah, come on. Help me with the rest of this.
Well, it looks like we finally found our calling in life.
Let's ride this thing out onto the bridge. There's a spot about a third of the way across where we can get down underneath and plant the charges. I've already set up the detonator.
Sure. Let's get this over with. You hear about Dutch and Cornwall?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. More enemies, more chaos. I mean, we're about to blow up a bridge, for Christ's sake. Come on, then. Let's get this moving. Push!
Oh. We sure got a lot of this stuff.
We'll need it. I'll climb down there and you lower the crates.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
That's a big sight.
Hurry on! Ready when you are.
Got it.
I'm at the bottom of the ladder, here to your left. Okay, you should be good there. I'm ready, come on. All right, take it slow. That's not something we want to drop. That's it. Nearly there. Okay, good. Grab the other one.
Them bitches make you lose everything.
Okay, let's go. Nice and easy. All right, come down here and help me plant this stuff.
Man, he was wild.
What are you doing up there?
Nothing, nigga.
Grab yourself a bundle from the box. The bridge is wired to the detonator. You need to attach each of those bundles to the fuses. There's one on each of the main support beams.
Okay.
Okay. I should go get the hand cart ready. You okay to finish off down here?
Sure.
Go on, I can handle the rest.
See you up there. Better work.
I finally.
How you doing down there? Sure hope this stuff's blowing.
These are mining charges. They ain't easy to come by. If they don't do the job, nothing will.
Turn to the hand cart.
Train! Arthur, get up here quick! Faster, buddy, come on! Come on! Shit. Arthur! A train! Come on, quick! Pump this stupid thing! As hard as you can! Let's go, let's go! Just get...
It's hard to go.
Pump this stupid thing! As hard as you can! Let's go, let's go!
That train hard the motherfucker to pull.
Pump this stupid thing! As hard as you can! Let's go, let's go! Just get to the end of the bridge! Pump this stupid thing! As hard as you can! Let's go, let's go! Just get to the end of the bridge and...
I don't get it.
Pump this stupid thing! As hard as you can! Let's go, let's go!
I don't think you can look at that shit. Ain't it? Ain't it?
Pump this stupid thing! As hard as you can! Let's go, let's go! Just get to the end of the bridge and jump! You ready to jump? It's right orders, come on!
Skill war checkpoint.
Thank you. No problem. That just ain't how I want to die. Come on. Let's go blow this thing up. I think the line held. You want the honors?
Sure.
Hell yeah, I want them. Did all the goddamn work.
Well, I guess old Dutch got all the smoke he wants.
Well, let's hope so.
You really think that that'll draw attention away from us?
I guess we'll see. Tell the truth, I ain't even sure I fully understand Dutch's plan with all this.
Like I said, John, when the time comes, you go.
What about loyalty to everything?
You've been loyal. I've been loyal. Look what that cost. You know, all that ever mattered to me was loyalty. It's all I knew. It's all I ever believed in. Well, not anymore, John. Soon, you gotta go. Go. Don't look back.
I'll think about it.
Now, I've done a lot of thinking. Look at us. Out here risking our necks, and for what exactly? For a silly idea that don't even exist.
How you mean?
You know just what I mean. You need cash. You got a family. I need a vacation.
I need a vacation.
And Dutch has all the money for safekeeping.
You know something? Abigail thinks she might know where some of that money is.
Well, you tell her she better make sure. And then come talk to me. And we'll find out just who and what we should be loyal to.
I don't know, Arthur.
Nor do I. But I am starting to see things clearly now. And I ain't being taken for a fool no more. Now get out of here.
See. Okay, fine. Cool.
Let's go, boy. Here. Easy.
Are we sure we're in the right place?
That got to be it. That's right.
Okay, then.
Want a roll on? Here you go. Want a roll on?
Yeah.
Well, hey there, partner. Come take a look at this. Look at this, my friend. Tobacco. Nature's gift to us all. Focuses the mind like nothing else.
Whatever you say.
Well, I say, why buy it off the shelves when you can make your own? Well, plenty left here if you're interested. I'd best keep moving.
Okay, boy. Yep. Yeah, that's it, boy.
So good of you to join us.
What's going on?
Rebellion. The smell of cordite and integrity. It is a beautiful thing.
What are y'all doing?
An eye for an eye. We didn't start this, Arthur. They did.
We? This ain't our fight.
It surely is.
Whatever it is you're planning, it ain't a good idea. They want you to fight.
Nobody will be killed.
We're just gonna trap a few of them in the valley, disarm them, tar and feather them, and remind them to leave these boys alone.
You have energy for pranks?
Come on, Arthur. Just tweaking Uncle Sam's nose a little. I need you to help me. Besides, it's perfect. People will see these boys. They won't notice us, and they'll think we're gone. Everyone will blame everything on the Indian problem, and we'll disappear up the river. But first, we need to trap them in this pass. Help me dynamite up these trees.
So, you're using them?
No, sir. No. Never. But it is mutually beneficial to draw attention to one problem and a veil over another.
These are good people, but their situation is real complex. We ain't helping them.
Sure we are. Come on, let's get this done.
We don't have a lot of time. The patrol should be coming in a few minutes.
Okay. Hurry, Arthur. I'll plant the dynamite, you run the wire.
We'll keep lookout from up here.
Except for some of that dynamite you and Bill commandeered in Van Horn. Good work was that, by the way.
Bill played drunk.
The perfect man for the job.
So, you finally got to see Colm hang.
Yeah. After all those years. Hard to believe. Oh, but it was worth the wait. See? We're tying up the loose ends, Arthur. One by one.
I think that should do it. Come on now, quick. Get back up here.
Okay, let's go, Arthur.
Hurry, I think I see some movement in the distance.
Over here, Arthur. My spotter will let us know when they're near. They're coming now. Ah, damn. Patrol's a lot larger than we thought it was gonna be.
Don't worry. That's a good thing.
Okay, that's the signal. Here they come. Stay low and quiet.
You sure you don't want me to man that plunger, Arthur?
No, I got it.
Oh, remove the weight of the world from your shoulders for a minute. Like I said, we're just going to give them a bit of a scare.
There they are. Looks like more than we thought.
It's fine. We're only here to talk and administer a little good old-fashioned humiliation. You're owed that, son, at the very least.
Wait for my lead, men.
Everyone just stay calm. We've got the upper hand here. Okay, they've passed the first charge. If we...
Put your hands up! You're surrounded! Nobody need get hurt! Your humiliation of us has gone on quite enough.
This ain't a good idea.
Put down your guns!
You are making a mistake, boy.
No, you're making a mistake. Put your hands up, soldier. Take a little humiliation and leave these fine folks alone.
Who are you?
A concerned citizen.
Is that so?
What now?
We should move.
No, not quite yet. Soldier, you and your friends gonna tuck tail and run off? Run!
Excuse me?
I'm getting bored of this. Your friends fired first, soldier!
My father won't be happy about this!
They fired first!
There's a lot of them! Hold your ground! There's another patrol in the rear!
Looks like we got a fight there, boys!
There might be more! This what you want? Watch your head! That's it for you!
This time you pay for what you've done.
You will die in the ridge!
Look out! They're coming up on our left!
Your favor's enough!
We didn't want this! This is bad. People have suffered too long!
Kill you all! Your people will pay for this.
This is gone on!
Kill these savages!
We will kill you all, if that's what it takes!
You fools, you damn fools! It's the army!
It is one regiment of pastry chefs and bullies. Watch your goddamn mouth. All of you, take what you can, and then we move out.
Move now. We have to move now.
Search these men quick, then we move.
This is crazy. Why aren't we getting out of here?
They might have information on them that'll help our friends with their cause.
We need anything my father can use to strengthen our case.
I ain't sure much is gonna strengthen your case after this.
Find anything?
Yes. Some poor fool from New Jersey. These boys ain't the problem. They're only kids.
Keep looking.
Shit! Everyone, keep your heads down. We're gonna get out of this.
Get my way out of here! What are you trying to do? What do we do here, Dutch? This is a bloody thing.
Just hold your ground. Surrender, and they'll hang you all. Try to flank them, Arthur. We'll shoot you some space.
Yes! We need to take out that cannon!
Up the hill! The cannon! Take out the spotter, Arthur!
Give it up now and you'll just get jailed! I'm putting you down! It's over! There's too many of us!
Too damn close!
To hell with you! Where's Peta?
Well, they're sending riders from the fort. We need to leave.
But where's Peta? Was he killed? He's alive.
Well, that went just about according to plan.
I'm trying. I'm trying, Arthur, with everything I have, and I will keep trying, and you'll keep doubting me, and we'll keep failing.
It ain't like that, Dutch. Look at me. Look at me! I'm just... This ain't how we do things.
I know. We should go.
Where's Eagle Flies?
Run, son! Run! Come on! This area is gonna be crawling with soldiers in a few minutes. We gotta leave. Now!
What about Eagle Flies?
We gotta go, Arthur. Come on! We need to ride hard. Stay with me. Left here, into the trees. Okay, let's dismount here. We won't get the horses down this path. All right, let's carry on by foot. Try and sell them a little snake oil. You think? It's all I got. Get out of here. Yeah! Let's see if we can lose them down here.
You ain't leaving here alive!
Shit! I guess not. Get behind something, Arthur. I'm gonna put you down. That ain't nothing. See if there's a way out through here. You're dead. More on the left. You're done. This is it. This...
Well, Arthur?
Put your hands up! I said put your damn hands up!
Okay. Okay.
Follow my lead. I got a plan. This is a good one.
Hello, officers.
You keep them hands up and come here. Put your hands up!
Hello, Captain.
Keep your hands up and come here. Come here.
We can't do that. Your man...
Are you the call to surrender?
Put your hands up!
Hello, Captain.
Keep your hands up and come here. Come here.
We can't do that. Your man... Those men they killed? They were good men. You're fighting nature, Captain.
Get over here!
Ask my friend here. My whole life, I tried to fight change. It's a waste. I see that now. It's waste. You can't fight nature, Captain. You can't fight change. You can't fight.
Take my hand! Come here, big boy! Oh, I got you!
You're okay. Oh, you're okay.
What a mess!
I know, but a mess is what we need. Oh, we just escaped from chaos. Eagle flies must have been taken.
Taken or killed?
Well, we can't go find out.
No, not now.
Charles, we'll send him. Where is he?
He's probably back at camp.
Let's split up. I'll go tell him. You rest up, then go meet him up at the reservation. We are gonna make it, brother. I can feel it. Faith, Arthur. Have faith.
Breach destroyed near Fort Mercer.
Good morning.
Move! What's with you, eh?
Hey there, partner.
Morning to you.
Morning to you.
So I hear.
Oh well, places to be.
See you now.
Morning. Move out the damn way.
Morning to you. Stare that feller down. Brought enough trouble around here.
That's so.
You sick in the head or something?
Got any business at the mine?
I'm looking for an Arthur Londonderry. I was told he works here.
Londonderry? Oh, you'll want to speak to the foreman. He's down in the pit.
Hello.
Morning, partner.
Morning, mister.
Good morning, mister.
Arthur Londonderry. Is he here?
I'm sorry, feller, but you're too late. Arthur's dead.
The man's dead. What's wrong with you?
Oh, boy, you can't exactly beat it out of him now, can you? You might get something off his widow just across from Butcher's Creek, but I'd hurry. You ain't gonna be the only one a-knocking.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, I ain't the godforsaken moneylender.
Get out of here. I said get. I don't want you shopping for customers, moneylender.
Hey there, partner. Hello, mister.
Watch out!
Hey there.
Howdy, sir.
Look out! Excuse me, partner.
Howdy.
I've had better days, that's for sure.
Ah, too bad.
Ah, well, it ain't your problem.
Well, take care now.
You, mister, excuse me.
I reckon you've already made enough of
Hey, friend.
Hey there.
She's dead. Well, I'm glad she's
You okay?
What is happening to us?
Just make this place work, Pearson.
I'm down to the scraps here now, Mr. Morgan.
She was in love. She would have said anything. What she did or didn't do. She had to go.
Thank you, Arthur.
It's bad, but... Tilly, I do believe you got a cold heart. And you know that ain't true.
Sadie?
You okay?
Peachy?
You sure?
No, I ain't sure.
You still working?
Is anybody still working? The whole goddamn place full of people bickering, fighting and lying. It makes me real sad.
I know. I need someone to ride with me.
Do what?
Finish off them O'Driscolls. I hear the last of them is holed up at Hanging Dog Ranch.
I don't have it in me no more. I saw Colm swing. I just don't care.
I was a married woman. You know what they did to me. And to my husband? Like, you're the only one of these fools that I trust. I've got to do this.
Would you like to play with me? I tell you what. I wish I could. But I cannot do it. Enough with the O'Driscolls. Revenge is a fool's game.
If you say so. Well, thank you for your honesty.
Listen, I'm real sorry.
Don't worry about it.
But I hate to ask, but when the time comes, I got a plan. And I'm gonna need your help with it if I'm gonna pull it off.
Excuse me?
There's
Hello?
money, lots
What's
of
up, Crip?
it, for you,
You sure got
me,
a lot of money.
and John.
I don't.
Okay.
See, I ain't seen.
Tell me when you
I
can.
ain't. See, I ain't seen you much money today.
Leave them O'Driscolls. They
You
ain't
sure
worth any
did.
better than that.
Sadly.
My car messed up again.
Yeah.
What y'all doing?
But she just used it.
What y'all doing?
I forgot to say. Working. And she called me Friday and she said it with her.
Yeah.
I got through doing my things.
Oh. Good. That's good.
That's how you wear me out too, because 100 questions. That's a lot.
Alright. Well, how you going to class today? I have to go to class today. I had DoorDash some food yesterday. It was a ball of hair. All the hair in it. They had refund my money though. It was from Sam. Yeah, some fish from Sam. But yeah, I just wanted to take y'all there when I got, I had to do them trucks Saturday. So I ain't got to work all day.
Whoa, y'all look a little lost.
When that is on 20 something?
Me and my
25th?
brothers might be.
Here? Or in Dallas? Tea time.
You gonna pack all your stuff, Angel?
I don't want to go.
It'll be an adventure.
I don't want to adventure. I want my dad.
Be brave, sweet Angel.
Is y'all come out here, sir, or what?
Fine.
Come out here, sir.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mrs. Londonderry?
Arthur's dead.
I know. I'm sorry for it. It's just... we lent Arthur some money, you see, and...
So it was you. You son of a bitch. What do you want now? You want my boy's shoes? You want the food out of our bellies? What little there is? You want me to lie down for you?
No. No.
Arthur gave everything to pay your bills. Everything. And now there's some fellas coming to take the house. There ain't nothing left, mister.
I just wanted to say the debt's canceled and to... Here, take this. It won't bring your husband back, I know. You need money and I don't.
Well, you're a good man. I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave.
I like the little boy. That one.
But you know, maybe you and your friend that lent him the
You're
money
sorry
could
for
do
that.
things differently. Like,
I
not
grew up
threatening
seeing
him.
them all.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I really am.
He's a nigga right. See ya. I got people all over the place. Who is this?
You idiot.
Feel like a hero. Yep. Yeah, I run over it, right?
Yep.
Who's that?
It's me, Arthur.
Ain't even gonna ask where you've been.
Arthur. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, he ain't done yet, Abigail. Dutch seems...
To have lost his mind? And no,
Just be careful.
I don't have to be careful. I have you as a friend.
Too late for this shit. I got tuberculosis.
Hey.
Ah, how did you get on, Mr. Morgan?
Just dandy. Just... Get up.
What?
Get up!
What is wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Nothing at all.
What are you doing?
Getting rid of you, you time-wasting maggot. Get your bag.
I don't understand.
Just get out of my sight. You waste my time, you depress me, and you're a parasite, sending me after losers like that. I should do. You're an embarrassment.
What are you doing? We were partners. Business partners.
Go get a new partner.
You know, they say the sick delude themselves. I was your comrade.
My comrade? You're a creep. A creep and a parasite and a time waster. Now, take that. Take that, and don't annoy me.
I'm
leaving.
Mary Beth?
Don't you give me that look.
So just like that, Strauss is gone?
For his own good. This is done, Abigail. Well, don't give up on everything just yet.
Yeah, all right.
Who do you think the rat is? What do you mean? Somebody's talking.
You walk. Yeah.
Be gone. Be gone. Be gone.
Easy now.
Be gone. Be... Stop. Stop it. Just go away. Stop.
Yeah. Nice and easy.
You think you can keep me locked up?
You shut that filthy mouth!
Yeah.
kill the both of you.
Starting to rob me now, lady.
You wish you never touched me.
Listen to this bitch all day.
Shoot that lock! Shoot it! Shoot it! Bullseye! I thought you were a good one.
Roasting.
That's it, boy. Easy there. Easy, easy. Whoa, easy. Easy there, easy. Take it easy there. Easy. Hey, easy now. For Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. Get away from me! Back, damn it! Stay calm. Every time. Not again.
That ho-
Nice.
Come on.
Hamish.
Arthur, well, come in.
You said we might go out fishing.
Don't take much persuading to get me to go fishing. Let's go to my boat.
Good.
Here she is. You mind rowing?
Sure. What are we fishing for?
Only one thing worth catching in this lake. The Great Tyrant.
Oh.
Mean as hell northern pike. Eats everything else that spawns around here, its own kind included.
Well, is that our bait then? A jack or something?
Hell no. He's a clever old bastard. I made these. This one's mine. You're gonna have to spare.
They are pretty.
You don't know that.
Take us over there to the right. We'll set up 10 yards or so offshore. He don't keep far away from me, the tyrant. Wants me to know whose lake it is.
We'll show him who's boss.
Ha ha! The optimism of youth. Right here. We'll cast off towards the island.
Okay.
I spent years working on that. Finding the right combination of feathers, twine, and glimmer. Making them, losing them, getting them right. I tried coins, shell cases, even a medal. Finally found something he seems to like. And now I hear you can buy him in a shop.
Well, it wouldn't be quite so satisfying. Getting him with something shop bought.
Easy for you to say. But maybe I'm inclined to agree.
Whoa, what's this?
Well, you got something?
I got something all right.
Hey, you need
Come
a...
on now, tyrant, I got you. I got you. Come on. Went on slack. Went on slack. Come back. Oh, it's a drop back!
Hamish! Hamish!
God damn. He's bigger than I remember.
Stay there. I'm throwing out to you.
Real quick! Bastard just bumped me. Over here!
Hey, come on up here. You lost anything?
Just my rod. Would've gotten my toes, too, if they weren't wooden.
You want another go at him? I still got my lure.
Nah. He's your fish now. Cast away.
We'll come at him from the other way. Row over there. When he bumped me, I had to check twice. Thought I'd find a chunk of me missing.
Man-eating pike? That would be at first.
I'm not so sure. Okay, right here. Our hopes of catching this bastard lie with you. Cast back to where we were, and make sure to use that lure I gave you. Just a little faster. That him? You can speed that up a little.
I think I hooked him.
Reel. Let's land the bastard. Reel it in. Strong, ain't he? No! Lost him. We're gonna get this son of a bitch. I think we found them. Cast again. I think he's hooked. Yes! Bring it in now. Come on! Come on! Ah, you lost him! Let's try again. Come on! Hook him!
Come on! Here we go!
Damn you!
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
You caught him!
Let's row back.
Here. The holder. Pass me the tyrant. That is if you're sure you don't want him.
Oh, I ain't gonna poach from your pond.
I'll give him his honors then. He sure was something, huh?
He was. Thanks for taking me out.
I appreciate the company.
That's one hell of a fish.
Ain't he something?
So long.
Hey, you ever want to go out hunting? You stop by again.
I may. Easy.
Come on.
Whoa, now, easy.
Hey, partner.
Come on now. There, girl.
You're done!
Any regrets? These things happen. Yep.
last night.
You know what I'm saying? They all did. And some people get detained by police, but the idea is to treat you right? So I think that's why they're trying to lay low. However, the information has been put around. You know, these guys got into some type of like altercation, which led to gunfire. And that's what I'm gonna say, man. I hope Austin, you know, you didn't like when I said this last time, but I gotta still say, I hope Offset is still doing. I don't care what gambling debt he's in, you still gotta remember your Offset. You know, you can't be that accessible, you can't be that lacking, and your whereabouts can't be that known. We're in a really crazy time. So that's the current update. So let's reach out to Cardi B. I know that's her soon ex-husband and also the father of her child, but I would think it'd be fair to have Cardi B spokesperson for all. So yeah, something happened. Anyway, I'll give you kind of like a rundown of what occurred. Now, I do have an interview coming up, and this is not, I'm not trying to plug the interview, but it does matter. I'm going to tell you why it matters. Because some, like, I think I asked him on and off. But I did ask him about the situation with Offset. And Offset not giving him the money back. And I will tell you, in a very eerie way, and again, I'm not joking.
Eerie way?
Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna stop it. But I do have TJ. I'm trying to, whatever his album's coming out, I'm trying to actually have. But he did say that. When I asked him, I said, yo, so what happened when you tried to get your back from Offset? Well, he told me, he said, Offset told him. He said, Offset DM'd him and said, nigga, get it back in blood. That's literally what he said. I swear. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. And I was like, oh. So, supposedly, he lends this nigga 10 minutes, and I go behind the interview. It's not like TJ, bro, but he was like, yo, man, I'm about to this money, nigga, I need my shit back. I'm not trying to give you money or whatever. Supposedly, Offset told him in DMs. Because I said, well, why didn't you just holler at him for money? He said, yeah, I did. So I said, what did he say? He told me to get back in blood. I swear. That's what he said. I swear. I make it up. Yo, we're like a weird time now. I'm like, he's saying that. But that's what he said. Get it going. So, I hope it has nothing to do with it. I hope it has nothing to do with it. I really do. But, yeah, I'll kind of give you like a little rundown of why that is. So far, no one has mentioned Lil TJ. And again, the way I found out Lil TJ was involved, one of those. I want to give you a little bit of context again. Okay, okay. So I guess this is how they were dealing. So where you at? Not gonna lie, I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. Offset says, "Oh, you joking?" He said, "I just seen this pop up. It gotta be the wrong nigga you texting me. I will smoke you. Barely lived already. Who the fuck you think you know? Okay? Who the fuck you think you're talking to, man? You gotta be talking to the wrong nigga. I'm in New York right now. I'm smacking you, little boy." He says, "Offset, pay that tab over you. Don't phase yourself over that little 10 pack." And I guess he told Offset, and if it's that, stop DMing me for Tracy. And TJ says, "Nah, never that little bro. I just want my 10, which is $10,000. Offset says, "Say that." But he also put up his caption, which is TJ put something. "Do not loan Offset no money. He's popped, LOL. Just in case." Stuff. Yeah. All right. Little TJ. Now, little TJ explained the situation. I think on his friend's. He explained why. Why? Get to the, yeah, I suppose. Why this upset? Upset group. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you how to street to that broke that. I'll tell you a true story. I got nothing to do with that shit because you know he was pop. He was panicking. He was asking random people for cash apps. He was broke. I don't know what happened. Nobody was answering his phone for me. I'm trying to run up, chasing. Must not have gambling addiction. And it says, "Yo, he just popped. He's pulling up for cash app in front of me." I ain't gonna lie to you. First time I opened, I'm like, "Are you pop? You ready to some bread?" I don't expect my money. I don't. I strong that pop. You know how I get. He gets popped. Not us two. Next band, get two bands, get a band from a random lady. I swear to God, I don't know who. He's like, "Yo, thanks, Bob." He pops that. Go to another pop. So I see like 13 bands alone. I don't know who I paid back that day. You feel me? Well, where's my mother that she ducked me for so long, boy? And mine, I'm 23. And this is Ray Job. Drop top, Cardi B husband. And I'm only talking crazy because he was talking crazy. Like, why? It was some crazy over my brand. And I beat him up on his birthday, but I'm not even really get what? And I beat him up on his birthday. And I'm only talking crazy because he was talking crazy. Like, why? It was some crazy over my brand. And I beat him up on his birthday, but I'm not even really. I was, you know this? I'm that what type of, I be a little bit. I mean, I was 230, where like, it was like, I couldn't even do that type of, and Cardi B was in spot, I was like, yo, I couldn't even dress it because I'm so aggressive sometimes that if he says something crazy, you won't even know he's going to get at you. You know what I'm saying? You know? No, that was the scream that Nick is supposed to get in. It's supposed to scream. Nigga, fuck. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you how the street is. That nigga broke. That nigga pop. I'll tell you how the true story. That dude, that shit nigga in the casino, he was pop. He was panicking. Nigga, he was asking random people for cash apps. Bro, I don't know what happened. Nobody was answering his phone for me. I'm trying to run up, chasing. Must got a gambling addiction. And the nigga says, yo, he just popped. He calling niggas for cash app in front of me. I ain't gonna lie to you. First time I opened up, like, yo, you pop, you waiting for some bread? Nigga, wait for my money. I swung that nigga pop. You know how I get? He gets popped. Not us two dicing each other. He gets popped straight to the casino. Goes not. He get another loan from somebody else for like 2 bands. I don't even take my loan. That's all. I'm good on my money. I'm not even worried about this nigga. I'm not mad, bro. I definitely went up and they on 5 bands. He popped for the next. Nigga, fuck. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you how the street is. That nigga. All right.
Big Ag live tonight.
Did you give me a money back? Oh, okay, that's it, man. Yeah, so get that. Yeah, okay. I'm not capping that. This is a clip from my interview that's coming out, but it's a longer interview later. We talk about what's in front of I just had to go back to the interview to see what the fuck is that. We down back. What's behind it? Did you give me your money back? Okay. I look at it like, bro, you just have to like, I wish I would have. That's like right now. I think like I don't want to do anything. That's like smash. I'm not gonna do that. I'm practicing. But they be like, nah. That's right. And then when it's time to take back the it's back. Probably like a couple weeks later, like, yo, what's up with that whiskey? And then you feel me? And then tap in again. I had no idea what you were talking about. I don't do that, so I'm fucking so. Over a period of time, like every and then eventually back in blood. The first thing you got, that's right. Once you got that, because maybe just think that, he's like, he's not thinking like, I'm not broke, I just needed that right there. Like, when you're in the casino and you get a hit. I've been in the casino getting hit, folks. And you think, I bet the next 10 bands about to give me back my 500 that I lost. I'll be honest with you. I got to do. Okay, I get that. So the officer told nigga to get back his blood as soon as the sword took his 5 minutes. Yo, that's crazy. Oh man, all right. Okay. Now, what I'm kind of confirming is it's an Austin was all smiles before he got shot. Yeah, he was taking pictures with people, doing his thing. Offset's like really good. Look, see, that's what I'm saying. You know, Offset is like, he's so accessible. He's just in the casino walking around. You know what I mean? We're told he was standing there at the exit toward the valet area while talking on his phone. During that time, fans approached and he's happily engaged. We're told he shook hands, posed for photos, and chatted briefly with supporters with no hesitation, and nothing, no signs was like we saw. He seemed relaxed and friendly. Moments later, gunshots erupted. A rep for the rapper told us he's fine. Give me 1 second. When I said, oh, it's no. The source isn't wrong. It's just that, all right, I'm not trying to get Flacco on this shit. Like, you know,
AC breakage, an American Home Shield warranty can help protect major home systems and appliances. And if AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it. It's all in the book.
but they're like, these new problem YouTubers go really far. I'm not going far. I'll tell you what the source told me. Shit happened. TJ and them got the fuck out of there before the cops got there. Offset shot. Offset's there. Offset and brought to the police station. Not police station. The TJ and them, which I don't even know if it's like federal. Well, I guess. Well, the police know TJ's involved, so I'm not telling them about that. But yeah. So supposedly he was injured too, but they're not trying to go to jail, so they did. What the fuck happened? They did. You know what I mean? So that's not the situation. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm just looking for something. Okay. All right. Okay. By the way, that interview with TJ, it is gonna come out at some point. I see 6ix9ine is already on the stroller shit. Somebody said that was federal? Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Okay.
Roll up.
Okay. So pretty much that's the incident that happened then. I don't think, has Austin ever talked about this? I don't think Austin's talked about it. Austin. Yeah, we haven't heard anything from Offset about it. I do know Lil TJ's like rap best friend is like Fabio Foreign. he mentioned Offset in the interview he did with me, which I thought that was interesting. And I don't know if he had a personal problem with Offset or he's just carrying the issues for his friend, which is little TJ. But if you go back to the interview I did with Bobby Ford, let's look at Offset. Here we go. So, you don't have beef with him? You fuck with Offset. Well, if you and Offset are like around, he's not on some like you don't give me Offset vibes. He like that. He was cool guy. He like what? He's like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he is. Offset? I don't know. I've never seen it. You didn't see that video when he jumped off stage punch in it? Back in the day? The light thing video? Everybody get a shot and got a turn in your ass. No, I don't know. I mean, listen. I don't personally know him. I don't personally got nothing with him. I just listen. I heard Offset's one of the MVPs of Starless. We talking about this. Well, used to. Well, no, not used to like now. Singles, yeah. Let me tell you something. Bro. Tell you something. I can teach you something. Something about it's like Cardi. It's easy to go viral. Now remember, he's like best friends with TJ. One of those stripper joints. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I don't. You can't judge it for Cardi. Everybody goes through their little drama. I'm just saying, it's like Cardi's gonna have a baby. Fuck all this. She's like a king stripper, like top. She's like a stripper top, like she's like the goals. She's like stripper goals. Yeah, but you can't be thinking that he's sucking them because of her. He's also. It's like saying that if ASAP Rocky fucked some other chick just because of Rihanna. I'm not saying that ASAP my man, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit. It's like Rihanna, a woman, Rihanna. I got utmost respect for ASAP Rocky. It's a woman like Rihanna. Yes, the pussy radar go up. It's on. The only thing when I kind of feel now, yeah. So he's kind of downplaying Offset here a little bit, and I'm full of Tiger with Kylie. I feel like all the bitches throwing in Southern Tiger. It's open. I like a lot of the cold. I look at Tiger. I'm saying bitches judge you over your legs. I know why you don't like Offset. It's because you fuck with Lil Baby. Lil Baby don't like him either. Lil Baby don't like him. You know it. You still don't like him. Offset got into some stuff that I think GD's got involved with some other anyway. I was even playing stupid. I actually forgot about the TJ shit. Recently though, Offset did get into like a back and forth. I don't know if you guys did see this, but while in the casino, and this is what I was trying to say, he was confronting a fan for filming him. I don't know if you remember that. I do Offset, y'all. Oh, yeah, picture, goddamn, nigga, you ain't that much of a celebrity, bro. You ain't that much of a celebrity, bro. Ever tried for a picture? Oh, that's a picture, goddamn, we black people. We argue with Offset, y'all. Oh, yeah, picture, goddamn. We argue with Offset, y'all. Yeah, so Offset's kind of like been casually just in these casinos. Really a security nightmare. I thought they had a huge team around him. I wonder what happened to them. This video's been like all over the place. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get new videos shortly. But currently, everyone is focused on this particular video that clearly shows Offset. Well, we don't even know if Offset's in the video, but everything's being connected to Offset. Hold on. TMZ's working it. Trust me, I'm working it as well.
Conway. Conway.
Again, I have talked to TJ's team. Remember, I just did an interview with TJ. They wouldn't validate the story about him getting shot.
Brand kits and pre-populated brand templates allow for fast content creation and remove the risk of going off-brand. We can freely customize headlines for the correct market, swap in local product images, and add regional content without breaking compliance.
Not too sure. Interesting. All right, so pretty much that's latest. Everyone been talking about this Cool Tricey stuff, but clearly this Offset little TJ thing kind of like happened out the blue, and now this is. Now people are saying Seti Nash has a big. Well, my phone's going crazy. Let me get it. Yo, what the scoop? It's all on camera, bro. Hey, man, this from little TJ that shot this nigga goddamn Offset in the ass, bro. Offset was whooping little TJ at the goddamn hard rock, and then what turned around, bro? Hey, he walked off and TJ pulled a whole move and doped him and shot him in the cheeks. That's why he's sitting in the back of the squad car right now. That's the breaking news. And now, I don't know about that story. I did, his team, even though they don't want to confirm anything, they seem to kind of allude that he was in custody or he was, I don't know. But supposedly, people have got down with dollars. This is a funny story. If this is right. But the scoop is all on camera, bro. Hey, man, this from little TJ that shot this nigga goddamn Offset in the ass, bro. Offset was whooping little TJ at the goddamn hard rock, and then what turned around, bro? Hey, he walked off and TJ pulled a whole move and doped him and shot him in the cheeks. That's why he's sitting in the back of the squad car. Okay, we don't know if that's true. Chat, I'll give you a little interesting tidbit, though. I found this out recently. Doing research and, doing my thing. You know what's so funny? I think little TJ's fatal mistake, not fatal, but like critical mistake in coming back was not telling the whole story of what happened. Yeah, you ever heard the story of when he got shot, what happened, supposedly? I've been talking to a lot of people, even people who are involved in looking at the case. And a different narrative kind of like presents itself than actually what was put out. Remember this guy? Remember this guy right here? Okay. What's the name of this guy again? Remember the shooter who shot with TJ the first time? So the guy who shot little TJ made this song. I don't know if you guys knew that. Okay? I forgot what the nigga's name is. Probably take a while to try to find it. Who's the guy who did this song? Oh, it's called Cardinal, baby. Okay, right. This guy right here. You know, TJ almost lost him. Say little TJ with once and Charles with the other. Now, I'm going to tell y'all a story. And the story I'm telling, like, I got to say no flop because I'm not trying to put anything out there. But if you guys haven't heard supposedly the real or the lore behind the real situation that happened, and again, I'm open to people telling me that everything I've heard multiple times might still be missing up. But I'm going to give you the story because I found out the story of what happened when little TJ got shot the first time. It's very different from what everybody knows, right? Like, obviously, like, 6ix9ine turned to a meme, you got shot at Chipotle over chips and guac. Apparently, the story is really sinister. Here we go. So, this is the guy who was charged with shooting TJ. Okay? He was the guy who shot TJ, and he went to jail. Apparently, he got out because TJ didn't cooperate. And probably a dumb move by TJ. You got Gucci Mane cooperating, the Atlanta Ninja Turtles cooperating. You might as well cooperate too, but he didn't cooperate. So this guy basically kind of gets out. I'm not too sure what's his current situation, but he's free as of now. Supposedly, and listen to this. Tell me if you believe this. So the story goes, this guy runs up on TJ, right? TJ and them, they kind of like it a bit, yeah. Then a vehicle. He runs up on him with someone else. And actually, two of them, from what I hear. He's trying to rob TJ. Want to take his chain, this and third. I got the lore of all this. Apparently, back in the day, TJ, which I didn't know this stuff. Apparently, little TJ. All right, I'm gonna sound that better. All right, little TJ and Boogie don't get along, right? This situation supposed to have something to do with Boogie, and even when I asked TJ feels Boogie had nothing to do with it. But the hybrid dudes don't get along with TJ. Okay, this is why when it comes to, and I'm speaking directly here because I can't do this hieroglyphics here. So this is why when it comes to his issues with Kai Cenat, favorite rapper is not like Drake or like Playboi Carti. His favorite rapper is A Boogie. So TJ takes it personal when Kai Cenat kind of like says anything offhand about him because he feels like, oh, you're dissing me because your favorite rapper is this other thing, right? Their beef, Boogie, TJ goes way back. Subsequently, that's altercations or run-ins, but a lot of words like this has never been reported highly. Back in the day, little TJ made like a video, kind of basically saying they beat a dude up and they got a hyper chain. Okay.
And another issue with some according to A Boogie.
Say it. May 8th, State of Emergency mixtape dropping. You know what I'm saying? Like, we posted a track of this soon. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. 7 years old. Fuck this beef shit. That's not good. I don't encourage it. so like I ain't perfectly in, but you know, be alright.
This is what has been posted by Lil TJ according to A Boogie with the hoodie.
So essentially, they post a hybrid chain.
Instagram story. Lil TJ was using this piece and chain, this hybrid chain, to record a video with it or something of that nature. This is what.
And you had Boogie responded by saying one of the bros dropped or lost his chain a long ass time ago while we dragged the nigga, and that's word to Melody. Nigga got the audacity to buy off a random nigga, shoot a video with it in front like he did something. I lost all my respect for you. Kick my hand. Stay true to yourself. So Boogie, in an indirect way, is responding to TJ saying, yo, y'all never took no chain from no guy. Somebody lost a chain and now y'all place it like y'all got it.
Hey man, and somebody got it. Hybrid chain. I always break the teeth. Getting your chain.
Okay. Now, subsequently along the way, they kind of almost get into it. You know, TJ and Boogie.
As you see, A Boogie responded. Now y'all see Lil TJ's now today. This was today. The first part is today when he's coming out with
So, without getting to every little micro thing that happened, which by the way, like I think they ran into each other at Cruise at a studio one time. There was words or almost like a fight. Like they just haven't been cool, ever been cool, right? What ends up happening is Lil TJ, this guy goes to rob Lil TJ, okay? This guy, he ends up shooting Lil TJ. His name's Cardinal Baby. At least that's what his rap name is. If you go to his page, you know, without saying too much, you'll notice this is a really professional looking video with cars, and this guy doesn't have money like that, right? It's shot by, the video is shot by BTK Visuals. If you look at their YouTube channel, you'll start to realize the trend. Visuals featuring A Boogie, DC Didi Osama opens for A Boogie. A Boogie shut down Times Square. A Boogie. A Boogie vlog. A Boogie performance at Stockton. You'll start to.
What do you want to see? What is Faces of That?
It's like the hybrids might be like supporting the person who shot TJ. Now the story around the shooting is supposedly, if it's connected to that situation, niggas wanted to take his chain, right? So they wanted to rob TJ. They go to try to rob him, and this is the part that I've never heard before, but I started hearing from everybody who's connected to anything behind the scenes. This is unreported. So when TJ gets shot, right? There's like 911 calls and shit. Now, I'll kind of give you a little bit of a spoiler. Apparently, TJ himself shot the nigga who shot him. I've heard that so many times at this point. I'm so surprised that never came out. Because that's always my question. So the nigga trying to rob TJ, and basically it turns into TJ shooting him and him shooting TJ. Apparently TJ shot him in the face, all on his body, and in the most interesting scenario ever, the reason why that information didn't come out is because Lil TJ's record label wanted to promote him as a pop star, like this guy who is a gangster. So what happened? So much it did come up. Nigga, nobody knew TJ shot the nigga who shot. I didn't know that. Nigga, I just found this out like maybe like 4 months ago. But apparently TJ shot the dude who shot him. Shot him like 5 times. So the reason why it's supposed to immediately pick up on this is that his label buried it because they didn't want him to be on some like violent, like be seen like some violent fucking thug. It's crazy. I think that's like the best. Yo, if you go viral for shooting the nigga who tried to rob you, God, that's crap. But for whatever reason, they wanted to promote him differently, so that didn't come out. But apparently, that's one of the things that happened. And that's why this dude, he goes to jail. Apparently, TJ he didn't cooperate. They took his chains because when TJ gets shot, he's bleeding on his chains. So they took it for evidence. And when the cops realized he's not trying to tell, they didn't want to give him back his property. They're like, oh, we're just going to hold it as evidence as we keep investigating. We're not going to finish investigating until we have proof to send this guy to jail, and you're not cooperating, so I guess you'll never get your change back. But that's kind of like the origin and like the interesting part about TJ is that I didn't know he shot the person who shot him. Kind of interesting. Let me see his own
Okay, is this by the Chipotle? Okay, we have officers going there. You know the person that got shot? Okay, where are they located? By the jewelry store. Okay, stay on the line with me, okay? We have officers responding out there. Okay. And it's one person that was shot? Yes. Where is the shooter? I don't know. I'm outside. Is it okay if I go inside? Because I'm a little scared. Yes. Okay. Okay, just stay on the line, okay? Okay. Did you see the person get shot? No, they just came in the hotel saying, because he's a guest here, but they came in telling me to call the cops. Okay, so the victim is a guest? Yes. 911, where's your emergency? In front of Chipotle in Edgewater. I'm in my building, and there's gunshots. There's guys running. There's cars. There's a white BMW right now heading towards the George Washington Bridge. These guys, somebody was shot. Hold on 1 second. Is it Durango? It's about to leave. Edgewater, please, that's traffic. Edgewater, it's county. You're going to call on the line. Chipotle in Edgewater. There's right in the shop. There's a white BMW going towards George Washington.
Now, again, not glorifying violence, nothing like that, but I was actually shocked that his label chose to bury the idea that he shot back to defend himself and shot the person who tried to rob him because they wanted to keep his image clean. But, and we talked about in the interview,
in the beginning, we had to make a choice. But what we didn't realize was how far we were willing to go.
It's clean, but, and we talked about in the interview, his label wanted to market him as more of a pop star, so they'd rather take the victim role than be real, right? So.
Right now, because somebody that was shot in this car. There's another car that's in the parking lot right now, Durango. There's people running inside the parking lot on the bottom. People are just scattering. The people are going crazy. Durango is there. They're still in the parking lot. They're going crazy over here. Somebody's dead, I believe. I don't know what's going on there. So they're going crazy. Hey.
Okay, but what does the Durango look like?
It's a brand new Durango, 2022, 2021. I don't know. I can't see the color. There's a bunch, 4 or 5 people running in the parking lot under the Hilton. There's people running on River Road. This is all happening in front of the
Sir, hold on 1 second. Edgewater, it's still county. I'm still on the line. There is confirmed that another person shot by the jewelry store. It's unknown where the other shooter went.
Okay. So, and so let me just kind of break down this incident from what I know. Dude tries to rob TJ. TJ, from again, this word on the street. TJ may have even initiated the shooting. Supposedly. Who knows? Maybe he didn't. But he shot back. He shot the dude 5 times. Supposedly, the dude got shot in his face. You'll see the guy. His mugshot that came out was because supposedly he got shot in his face. I thought, because I remember, I found out a lot about this when I reported, oh, he must have got beat up. They're like, no, he got shot in the face. That's why it looks like this. That's why if you look at the music video, he's wearing a shade the entire time. Because supposedly TJ shot him in the face. Okay? Apparently, the dude was with like a couple other people. And apparently, at least one other guy got shot. This is word on the street, people. That person never got caught. They ran away when they got shot. So this is why I'm also connected to the story with Offset, because I see some people, they're like, well, if you don't hear that, say, TJ's at a hospital, he didn't get shot. The idea, at least from what I've heard from his team, now, I do hear like he might be in custody or whatever, but I didn't hear that they were trying to get the fuck out of here.
By the jewelry store?
Correct.
That there's someone is shot?
Yes, confirmed. One person shot. I have another call in on it.
Okay. Do you know this party that was shot?
He thinks that rapper. He just been shot a few times. And that's all I know. Don't start. They're coming. The paramedics are coming.
You got multiple calls on the notice. I'm going to stay on the phone with you, okay? Is this party? Is the party deceased?
I think so.
Do you know who he is?
Little secret, the rapper, do. Little secret.
I'm sorry, what's his name?
Tell him right here. All the tweets are going around the other way.
Okay. You said little, what's his name?
Let him go. Come on. The big guy, let him go, man.
Were you with this party?
He's invited and shot.
Do you know this party? Are you with him? Or you just saw this happen? Sir? Sir? Is he in the vehicle? Or is he in a vehicle or is he on the ground?
He's inside the vehicle.
What kind of vehicle is he in? But he is still breathing?
Yeah, every little. I need 5 minutes. 911, where's your emergency? Yes, sir.
My job in this program is to be part of the back engineering team. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. The goal of this program was to see if the technology of the disc could be duplicated with Earth materials. To start up the reactor, of course, you need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams, machined into a wedge like this. The program out of S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. The file on top was Project Galileo, and as it turned out, that's the project that I worked on. And that clearly referred to reverse engineering a recovered alien spacecraft. This cannot be a secret from anyone, not just the Americans, but the rest of the world. All these stuff is something that was really tough to do. They're doing everything they can to keep this information secret. That's empirical evidence. I saw that to do that. Thanks to him. Now this story spills, and the world changes. And they were using a conventional VHF radio to talk to them. And I believe
I really love my episode. I've been
was to feel the gravitational field on the reactor. So we went over and we rotated.
Man. And they is dirty dog. I like to play that.
Hi, I'm Bob Lazar. In December of 1988, I was hired as a senior staff physicist by a U.S. defense contractor called DGMG Special Projects. I was told that I would be working on an advanced propulsion system out in a remote area of the Nevada test site, known as Area 51. Myself and 21 other people were responsible for back engineering and technology that originated from another civilization. Although this was a highly classified project, I was never comfortable knowing that the secret was being kept from the world. mind goes back and forth. If I go forward, I come to this point in my life. If I could go back in time, I do wonder what would happen if I didn't go forward and just played along and didn't take anyone out to the site to show them. And I don't know how things would have turned out. I don't know if that would have been the right thing to do anyway, because it really bothered me that all this was being kept secret. There's really no way I can prove it without revealing my identity and getting myself into more trouble than I have already. Exactly what's going on up there? Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin. They're basically being dismantled. Some are, well, in various stages of completion, built from other parts, and they're being test flown and basically disanalyzed. I was always interested in science and engineering, particularly things that operated or controlled huge amounts of power, like high-powered lasers, rocket engines, jet engines, explosives, things of that sort. I started building small jet and rocket engines in my late teens. I remember either buying this magazine, or I might have been subscribed to it at the time, but this was back when I was either in high school or junior high, and yeah, I saw that, you know, a jet engine on a go-kart going, well, nothing's cooler than that, you know, when you're a kid. That's why I wanted to know everything about that. You know, jet engine, you could build a jet engine. Anyway, I became fascinated with all this and the power and whatnot. And, you know, noted from the article that there was a guy named Eugene Bluharf and lived in California somewhere. And, you know, time went on, years go by, and I moved with my parents out to California, and, you know, I think at some point this magazine popped up again. Yeah, and they went, wait, there's guys out here, you know, and I looked, and I think it was in Gardenia, California. I went like a 30-minute drive. So, you know, I just drove out there, and, you know, here's this guy's shop, was just in this little kind of disintegrating building. You know, knocked on the door, and there's the guy. And you know, we start talking, and in a short time, you know, he saw how interested I was and explaining everything, and we became friends. And it was me constantly going back and forth there and learning a lot about how everything works. You know, supersonic aerodynamics and you know, the shock waves that work inside the stuff that you were not going to learn in high school at that time. And I became more and more interested in, you know, that really became the basis, the spark anyway, of what got me interested in, you know, that kind of propulsion. A old friend of mine, Jim, who worked in the same place I did, Fairchild Electronics, and came in one day and said, I went to the racetrack last night. I think it was Orange County Raceway, and they had jet cars. It's just this big jet engine with wheels on it, and they were racing. And fire was blasting out the back. And I said, yeah, you gotta go. And I went there. I was, you know, probably just my early 20s, maybe 21 years old, and I went, that is without a doubt the coolest thing I've ever seen. And I immediately, I have to have one of those. And I think that was kind of the seed that started it. National Lab, where he experimented with one of the world's largest particle beam accelerators, a half-mile-long behemoth capable of generating 700 million volts. Los Alamos officials told us they had no records of a Robert Lazar ever working there. They were either mistaken or were lying. A 1982 phone book from the lab lists Lazar right there among the other scientists and technicians. A 1982 clipping from the Los Alamos newspaper profiled Lazar and his interest in jet cars. It too mentioned his employment at the lab as a physicist. We called Los Alamos again. An exasperated official told us he still had no records on Lazar.
Well, while working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front-page story on a jet car I had built. Coincidentally, Dr. Edward Keller was giving a speech at Los Alamos that same day. When I arrived early to hear his speech, Dr. Keller was still sitting outside, reading a story about me in the newspaper. I used that to strike up a conversation, and we had a short chat about the jet car. Then later I listened to his speech. I never met Dr. Keller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter the scientific community, I sent him a resume and inquired about a job. Dr. Keller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a chief consultant capacity. He gave me the name of a contact to call in Las Vegas. I made that call and things progressed from there until I got to the program at S4.
I left the lab, moved back, and started sending out resumes, and that's when he said, I think I have something you might be interested in. And that's when he directed me to PG&G, and their special projects division is where I had the interview. That was actually apparently for yet another job. And after my interview, they said, there's actually a different position that we might plug into a little bit better. So it was kind of a bumpy road to S4, but it was all through it. EG&G, which is where Lazar says he was interviewed for the job at S4, also has no record. It's as if someone has made him disappear.
The consulting engineering firm of Edgerton, Grimmershausen, and Greer. These three, together with their staff, will conduct a highly important Keller Alpha experiment devised in 1947 by Dr. Edward Keller, a University of Chicago physicist and Los Alamos consultant. Involves the Zero Tower and the Keller Alpha reflector.
He's not your typical straight-laced science guy, science nerd that might typically be hired at a place like Los Alamos or at S4. So, if you wanted to hire a guy who could think clearly, out of the box, and help solve problems, but who could be discredited if you needed to do that, Bob is probably the best person in the country. He's perfect for it. My name is George Knapp. I'm an investigative reporter, former anchor at KLAS TV, and I'm the guy who wrote the story about Bob Lazar. You're 30 and high school reunion. But hey, that is the two, man. I get more UFO books than anybody on the planet. Yeah. That's all CIA secret history stuff. I got some heavy stuff. I got some dumb heavy out there. Lazar 51, Lazar 51. But it all starts with you, so it's your fault. From my house, something like this. I remember you showed me a flying. There it is, with the alien outside. Yeah, I thought that was really cute. Laying with it. Yeah. We start this way first. So, this is the first time Bob and I have ever been on camera together. When I first met him, he came forward and spoke to us because he was afraid for his life. So I started trying to check out what's on his resume, where he had worked, where he'd gone to school. Started with the schools, and it was an immediate roadblock. MIT and Caltech both said, I don't have any record of it. I thought, well, this series could end right here, And then so this prompted conversations with me and Bob, and he explained some of what was going on. He said, look, I worked at Los Alamos. I was there. I was working in a scientific capacity on classified programs. That was about it. And
decided, well, that's what we'll focus on. If you work with Los Alamos, the scientific capacity on classified stuff, this is a go. And so I started a correspondence with Los Alamos. And they were a pain in the ass right from the beginning. We don't have any record of it ever being there in any capacity. So then we had the phone book. There he is in the phone book. I sent him, go, hey, folks, here he is. Yeah, we can't find I think they called it a Z number. Can't find it. Sorry. Then I had the Los Alamos Monitor one-page story about Bob being a physicist, working there. I sent that to him. Have you guys seen this? Los Alamos is a small town. Not like you can lie about it on the front page of the paper and get away with it. Nope, sorry, we don't have them. But maybe he worked for Kirkfire, so I started the correspondence with Kirkfire. This is a company that is a headhunter. They hire people. They find people to fill positions, scientific and technical capabilities in places like Los Alamos Lab. You have records on a guy named Robert Lazar. And they said, yes, we do. I said, can I get him? He said, yeah, if you get a signed letter from him, or we can send them to him or you with a letter with permission. I said, great, and send it to him. Weeks go by, no response. Months go by, no response. I'm writing back to him. I got a stack of letters like this to Los Alamos and Kirkfire. And I'm asking him, you said you had the records. You said you had hired him. You got him a job there. Can I get him? And eventually, it was a back and forth. Yes, we have him. No, we can't find him. No, we never had him. I knew they were lying. That really is a key moment for me because I knew that Los Alamos was lying to me, and I knew that Kirkfire was lying to me, and it pissed me. He says he was hired to work in an area called S4, which is a few miles south of Bloom Lake. At S4, he says, are flying saucers, antimatter reactors, and other working examples of technology that is seemingly beyond human capabilities. Right, this came from somewhere else. I mean, as bizarre as that is to believe, but I mean, it's there. I saw it. I know what the current state of the art is in physics, and it can't be done. Groom Lake, Area 51, the installation is surrounded by the Groom Mountain Range, and there's a large dry lake pit. That's Groom Lake. Just south of that is S4 and Papoose Dry Lake. The way it worked was they called me at random days, and they'd say, Mr. Lazard is now such and such time. We need you to come out today. So I go out there. I drive out to ED&D Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the Janet flights. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site. When we did 31 Trade Center, when we took the running line and the light traffic downfield. When we just started right there. 13th Street and Bravo 5 and contact the ramp traffic call this position. Hey, Bravo 26 drive Bravo 5 on the ramp, out 13th. Now it's well known how people get to Groom Lake. The Janet planes are now infamous, and buses with blacked out windows. But back then, when Bob first shared it with me and we made it public, the general public had no idea how that worked. We put that out there. Bob knew about it, and it was confirmed.
I got to Area 51, off the plane and into the facility. There were very few people. I just went into a small building, and we had to sit down across the desk from somebody, and they have a lot of papers explaining what I was signing and what I'm expected to do and what I'm expected not to talk about, so on and so forth. The next time I went out there, they had a bus, a blue bus, which was essentially a Bluebird school bus, just painted navy blue with the windows blacked out. That I got onto with Dennis, who was my supervisor at the time, and we drove south to another facility, now known as S4.
We're taken by bus south of there. The bus has the windows blocked out of it, and they drive about 15, 20 minutes, something down dirt road.
Every time I got on the bus, I walked up and grabbed the long prong were slowing and turning at the same time when we came to a stop. When I got out of the bus, I can see the desert around us. I can see part of Papoose Lake behind me. And then when I walked around the front of the bus, we were at the hillside, and Dennis was by me. All that was in front of us was a door and a security camera above it. Going into the facility the first time, it's a relatively small room with a table and chair there. There was a security guard in the chair, and he acknowledged Dennis. Walked in. Behind him, on the right, there's the hand scanner. First time I went in there with Dennis, obviously I had no baggage, had to learn, so we had to, train the machine. But subsequent times when I put my hand on there, the light shines through your hand and measures the bones in your finger, determines who you are, and your badge comes up out of the lock. Each door you have to swipe it to get access to the room. Somewhere that records time you went in, when you come out, etc. On the front is a picture of my face. There is a big MAJ written sideways on it. I think their locations, they get punched with a star where you have access to them. There's an employee number on there. There's a dark blue and light blue diagonal stripe up in the corner. The Department of Naval Intelligence, the stripes on the side. And the star punch that you saw was on S4. Yeah. It's a long, desolate hallway, for the most part, dimly lit. Just a two-tone green cinder block hallway. Off to the right would be the nurse station, which is just several steps down that way. But the main hallway, when you open the door and you look straight down, pretty much goes to a vanishing point. It's a long, long hallway. And then you have doors off to the left that lead to the experimental areas and the hangars. The doors to the right would be bathroom, cafeteria. And once you pass the main hangar, the big hangar, I have no idea what's past there. There's a small medical facility there. It's the only female I saw ever in the facility. She explained that we are potentially working with a lot of unknown material, and there could be sensitivities or allergic reactions to them. So she drew a small grid on the bottom of my arm and had a variety of small needles with different substances on them and pricked a little area inside each one of those squares, just to see, if I'd have any reaction to them. I was also instructed to drink this liquid that I said smells like pine, kind of an amber-colored liquid, if I recall. And it did give me a reaction that evening. I think I had stomach cramps, but I can't really say that caused them. Coincidental. So, but I think I can't officially blame it on that. When I first began at S4, I would randomly be taken into a small room, which contained a table, a chair, and 120 or so briefings in blue folders. These reports appeared to be an overview of alien information, which could be used to brief scientists from any field about the scope of the whole project, and not just their specific field of endeavor. The file on top was Project Galileo, and as it turned out, that's the project that I was part of. And that clearly referred to reverse engineering a recovered alien spacecraft. My job in this program was to be part of the back engineering team. Back engineering is the act of taking a finished product and tearing it apart to find out what makes it tick. The goal in this program was to see to the lab. He said, this is where you're going to be spending most of your time. See, it was a typical lab setup. Stuff, components, everything all over the place. And one guy in there, Barry, who got up immediately and was clearly really happy to see me. It seems like he used to work with somebody else. He had a lot to say. He was excited to show me everything and bring me up to speed. It was kind of like a little kid at that point. Wait till you see this. And, you know, he displayed how the amplifier, you know, operates connected to the emitters and how things operate even though they're not connected. And yeah, he was very anxious to show me everything and anxious to make some progress too. So this is where he said, we're focusing primarily on the power and propulsion system craft. And I said, great. What craft? I think he was holding off intentionally telling me anything because what he wanted me to do was to feel the gravitational field on the reactor. So we went over, he rotated the emitter, and the reactor was on, and he said, go ahead and try and touch that. And when I pushed my hands on it, that was the biggest scientific shock I've ever had because there's nothing in the world that can do that. And he said, that's what propels the craft. And that is a gravity generator. And that was the moment that I realized what was going on. Barry indicated that what I saw there was the propulsion system in its entirety. He started with the reactor and the small hemisphere on the plate. So this is apparently the power source. To the left of that, on the ground, was what he referred to as the amplifier. And to the left of that, at 90 degrees, was a large, pipe-looking object. He said that was the emitter. These functioned together to produce a gravity propulsion system. The power base frequency was created by the reactor. The amplifier increased its amplitude, and that was channeled into the emitter and focused or beamed wherever you want to provide the propulsion. Barry shut the system off by rotating the emitter, and then he proceeded to take apart the reactor to show me it had components too. When he did that, you were able to touch the hemisphere in the reactor, remove the hemisphere, and then you can see a small tower with a tube coming off of it. That tower had a cap on it. The cap slid off, and inside was a triangular piece of a almost copper-colored material. It had little slice marks on it, and that material turned out to be element 115, a super heavy element yet to be discovered at the time. To start up the reactor, of course, we need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams, which is just under half a pound, machined into a wedge like this. And a piece of 115 this size can be utilized as fuel for a period of 20 to 30 years. Element 115's melting point is 1740 degrees Celsius, and its standard oxidation state is +3. The atomic radius of 115 is 1.87 angstrom. The frequency of the carrier wave for element 115's gravity A wave is 7.46 hertz at a 1 micron bandwidth. This is the reactor, and from what we've been able to determine, it's what powers the craft. It's made of several components. First is a removable hemisphere. There's a tower, and we call a drip tube on the side, a small cap that comes off. And inside the tower is what we think is the fuel, element 115. The fuel element is placed inside the tower, cap is placed on, and then as soon as the hemisphere makes a flat connection to the base, it'll create its own gravitational field. It becomes operational. It will push your hands away as soon as that sap comes in. And the field feels similar to like poles of a magnet. There's some plasticity to it. You can push back on it as hard as you want, but and one really important thing is it's not transferring that force to would move, you could push on the field and it wouldn't slide this. Like if you had two magnets with like poles and you pushed on one, the other one would go sliding across the table. That doesn't happen here. Through x-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube that goes around the base. We assume that's something like a cyclotron, where particles are accelerated around, and there's, if you want to call it an off-ramp, is the drip tube. Comes up and interacts in the tower in some way to produce energy. Now this device doesn't produce any heat at all. It didn't produce 1 degree of temperature change, no matter how much load it was under. To turn the reactor on, all the components in the craft are connected in some way, but not physically. And we really don't know how that is. If you take one of the emitters and you rotate it past 20 degrees, the reactor will turn on. And you can no longer get your hands by it. Conversely, to turn it off, rotate the emitter, the reactor shuts down. And assumingly that's removing the load from the reactor, I think it's just load sensing. The emitter and amplifier wants power, and it turns on. But the exact mechanism that's taking place is completely unknown. So I began to feel the feel about it here, and at this distance, there's no way you're moving the hand from it. But like I said, the most amazing thing is leaning into it, putting all your force on that. Nothing moves at all. And when the reactor's off, you can easily slide it. So that's really impressive. And we call this a gravity-propelled craft, a gravity generator. And we're calling it that because we know the effects of gravity. We know how it works. We don't know everything about it, but this produces an effect similar to gravity. So we're calling it that because we don't know of any other forces that exist like that. This could, of course, be something other than gravity. This could be a completely other force that we're just not familiar with, and we're just labeling it, as gravity, propulsion, gravity field coming up here, because that's all we're familiar with. But keeping that in mind, we tried to see if it was possible to shield it with different materials. We tried cardboard, plastic, metal, everything, and the field interacts with everything. And there's nothing really that shields it. So, again, it behaves like gravity does. But it could certainly be something else. Part of the fear was based on the fact that they had said I was replacing somebody that was killed in the project. They were being pressed to produce some results. And I think from what I understand, they cut into an operating reactor and it detonated. It's not like it was a research project where you're really into it. It was exactly like disarming a bomb every single day. That's what it was like. Because once again, we had no idea what we were working with, and working with absolutely tremendous amounts of energy, tremendous amounts of power in very condensed sources. The slightest wrong move could release a tremendous amount of energy.
So as part of our investigation, we go through all the normal protocols. We contact the U.S. Air Force at Nellis. I'm asking questions about Area 51. They won't answer any. Later on, I asked them about a place called S4. That's called the Nellis Air Force Base, but their public information office, somebody I got to know over the years, do you have any place called S4 on the Nellis range? And the answer was yes. And in fact, they said there's more than one. I said, can you tell us where it is? No. Can you tell us what goes on there? No. But it's real. Yes. And I asked them about Papoose Lake. You got anything there? No. Absolutely not. Nothing, ever. And I'd asked people who worked out there. Anything in S4, Papoose Lake, never, ever. We don't even have a way to get there. There's nothing there. I knew that was not true. We eventually got some satellite photos that showed the road from the
which are literally right by S4. And then if you go to this other road, see there's a little road here, okay, which is very near S4, and you go here, you can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in every direction, and you can look at all the traffic. Yeah. Right? Yeah, that's not one guy driving. No, that's not one guy driving, exactly. So, and there's no public out there. So, what are you doing? This is Google Earth, so it's not like we're making this up. This is online. Anybody can actually go there and actually do the timeline. Because if I just click here on 2022, oops, let me do that. There you go. Yeah. It's back to normal. And now you can actually see the terrain. Now we'll go into the more interesting part where there's a series of photographs. We already had gone through this about a year ago, and there was a person who had flown into the restricted airspace out there and had a very good quality camera on board of his private plane and snapped about 800 to 900 images of Area 51, the Groom Lake facility, Papoose Mountain Range, Papoose Lake, and all that area, and did an incredible tour. He even had the Nevada test site where there's all the craters of all the bombs that blew up. And there's this picture that is publicly available. It's been publicly available now for over 5 years. And this is a picture that was taken at about 17 miles from the Papoose Lake area where the hill is located, where you said S4 was located. Initially, the picture was utilized by a whole bunch of people online saying, as you can see, whatever Bob Lazar said was untrue. There's nothing there. Obviously, the picture doesn't show anything. Well, all you have to do is play with the contrast, play with the levels in the image. And if you look carefully in this version here, where the contrast has been changed, as we zoom, look what you see. Yeah, you can start seeing that. You see them clearly right there. Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors. And what's really interesting about it is that if you look carefully, they're meant to not be visible. Yeah. So yeah, you wouldn't expect them on a normal photo to show up. I mean, they're trying to hide them from satellite photos. So, but yeah, this seems to be an effective way of bringing that resolution out. And if you look carefully, the first one is slightly wider. Oh, that's a good point. And it's the big hanger. Yeah, and that's a really good point. Look at that. Yeah, you can actually see it. Yeah. Look at the difference between the first one and the second and the third. Yeah, I've never seen that. Yeah. So it doesn't provide the world evidence that there were flying saucers there, or that no, of course not. Yeah, but it is incredibly interesting that the image shows pretty much exactly what you had said in 1989. And if you hadn't been there and you hadn't seen that, then you predicted something that was pretty amazing. Yeah. Well, you could say that about a lot of stuff I said. Right. Everything I say just happens to be the way it is. But yeah, that's The first thing that went through my mind is, well, this explains all the silly UFO reports where we are making a secret fighter that's in the shape of a flying saucer, and that's all there is to it. We walked into the hangar, and I was instructed to walk with my eyes forward and just enter the door at the end of the hangar. I slid my hand along the side of the craft, got reprimanded right away for doing that. But the craft itself had a part of the hatch was removed, or not just the entire hatch, and you could see right next to the hatch there was a backwards American flag stuck on there. Again, that kind of cemented into my mind, well, this is an American product. Why they put the backwards American flag on there, I'll never know. But anyway, we continued in, and I went into the lab from there. But that was the first time I ever had contact with the craft. Barry was showing me how the field comes out of the emitter and what it can do. And he took a regular kitchen candle, lit it, and put it near the mouth of the emitter. And when he rotated the emitter, the flame stopped flickering. It just stood like it was a photograph of itself. Barry said, you know, what do you think is unusual about that? I said, aside from the fact that the candle's not moving anymore. And he said, just think about it. I said, yeah, it's still emitting light and it's not moving. So the photons are still moving. But again, if it's a gravity wave coming out of there, gravity bends light. It should look distorted. I should either not be able to see it, or the whole image of it gets bent or distorted. But how can the flame stop moving and it still be emitting light without any distortion? So these are some of the things that really made me think, it's not a gravity wave. There's something else, because it's not behaving exactly like that. So, and also he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was another direction or the same way, but it made a little black ball in the air where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark area. So there it's affecting light, but it wasn't in the candle test before that. So it's a really unusual thing. One time in particular, that we got somewhat mischievous, we had a reactor operating, and the field that develops around it is somewhat elastic. So you can take and try and push on the hemisphere with your hands, and you can't touch it. It repels like poles of a magnet, but somewhat elastic. So to demonstrate this, Barry had a golf ball. He threw it at the reactor, and it didn't hit it. It rebounded off and then knocked the ceiling tile loose, which we immediately panicked because we knew Dennis was coming back in, so we had to scramble to replace the ceiling tile and clean up all the little fragments of particles that dislodged from it. I heard it a couple times, meet me in the big hangar, and I don't remember if it was Dennis or Barry that also referred to where the sport model was. That hangar was the big hangar. The hangar that housed the sport model was like a typical airplane hangar, with the exception of the angled doors that I mentioned before. This hangar was equipped with typical tools and extensive electronic equipment. It also had a machine with an X-ray emblem on it and an overhead crane rated at 20,000 pounds. Equipment in this hangar was marked with a black number 41 with a white circle around it. And the hangar was lit by mercury vapor lights and cone-shaped lights. There was a countless number of them on the ceiling. In addition to those, there were tripod halogen lights, dual-head halogen lights set up, and those really provided a lot of bright light for working close up. And those were a lot more useful than the overhead lights. I had at least partial views of the 9 different discs out at S4, but the one I'm going to describe to you now is the one in which I not only saw 2 of the 3 interior levels, but I also saw it fully functional in flight. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and
and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. Now, previously, I had estimated the Sport Model to be about 15 feet high and about 40 feet wide, but since then, I've enlisted some expert help from the field of computer imaging, and together we've scaled the disc up from the size of components which I had a close look at and could accurately establish their actual size. From this analysis, I'm now presenting to you the most accurate information I can convey regarding the disc's physical structure. The Sport Model is 16 feet tall and 52 feet 9 inches in diameter. The exterior skin of the disc is metal, which is the color of unpolished stainless steel. The Sport Model sits on its belly when it's not energized, and not the stereotypical tripod leg that folklore usually associates with this type of craft. As you can see, the entry hatch is located on the upper half of the disc, with just the bottom portion of the door wrapping around the center lip of the disc. The interior of the disc is divided into 3 levels. The lower level is where the 3 gravity emitters and their waveguides are located. These are the integral components of the propulsion system that are used to amplify and focus the gravity A wave. The reactor is located directly above the 3 gravity emitters on the center level and is in fact centered between them. The center level of the disc houses the amplifier heads as well as the seats, which were too small and too low to the floor to be functional for adult human beings. The walls of the center level are all divided into archways. At one point in time, when the disc was energized, one of the archways became transparent and you could see the area outside of it just as if the archway was a window. Then a form of writing, which was unlike any alphabetic, scientific, or mathematical symbols I've ever seen, began to appear on one side of the transparent archway. I was never given access to the upper level of the disc, so I can't enlighten you as to what the porthole-like areas are, other than that I can assure you they're not portholes. Anytime I was in the big hangar, my eyes were always focused right on the Sport Model. There could have been fires going on either side of me, and I would still have been looking at it. It was that captivating. When I was close to the Sport Model, I really focused on the skin of the craft. It looked like how it changed the colors. It has a small antenna-looking device, which is actually a waveguide that protrudes from the top. It is pewter gray in color. It appears to be metal. I felt it was cold. It may not be. It might be some advanced ceramic or some type. So the body of the craft had ripples. One of them we call the insulation ring. It was a dark black color. The only thing on the outside that was a different color than the craft. We call it the insulation ring because when the craft is in operation, there is a high voltage detectable on the skin of the craft, but that high voltage is not present above that ring. The upper part of the craft, above the insulation ring, are what we call the planar arrays, black, window-looking, porthole-looking openings in the craft. They were unusually dark, really dark, almost looked like holes, although there weren't. It was theorized that they were used to determine the craft's location in space, each one of them looking out in space, apparently looking at star positions or whatever energy or light it uses to locate its space, each one looking in a different direction, and then some sort of computer in the upper level that takes that data and figures out its location. Again, I may be completely wrong, or the people that came up with that may be completely wrong, but I would agree with that. Just looking at it, it has to be something along those lines. I walked up to the stairs that led to the entrance of the craft. I remember climbing the stairs, how excited I was to finally get to see what's inside the craft. When I got to the top of the stairs, I can clearly see the reversed American flag to my left. The hatchway is fairly small, and I put my hands on both sides of it to bend down to go inside. And when I did, my hand was near the reversed American flag, so I noticed the exact size. It was just a little more than a span, a little more than as far as my finger
shocked at how sparse the inside of the craft was. Everything was the same color, the same texture, and it all appeared to be the same material. Virtually everything had a radius of curvature to it, and everything looked like it was molded together, with the exception of the reactor. Even though there were two tripod lights set up inside the craft, it was still very dark. I've often described the interior of the craft as being very ominous.
I got to look inside, and it had really small chairs, and I think that was the first confirmation I had that was just a shocking thing, because every time before that I was able to label it, well, this is just little advance that a group of scientists had formed, and they're keeping it secret. And yeah, we could have built a big disk like that. That's no problem. We could have adapted these and we could fly, but why does it have little furniture inside? Essentially, little seats, and now and things began to click together just awful fast.
I was in there with my lab partner Barry, and there was also another team working elsewhere in the craft. While going over the reactor placement, Barry drew my attention to the archways that all surrounded the interior of the craft, explaining they were hollow and actually waveguides. The waveguide, which terminates as the antenna-looking object on the top, that folds down on itself, so it extends and retracts, and that sits on the top of the reactor and essentially channels the gravity wave up there and into the superstructure around the craft so it's dispersed evenly. While we were working next to the reactor, I got a really good look at the three seats, or what we assumed to be seats, that were far too small to be usable by an adult human. If you look at the seats, called the seats, the placement, one of them, the waveguiding reactor, is directly in front of a seat. Why would you ever do that? I mean, either the guy that sits in that seat is on reactor watch, and he just sits there and makes sure everything runs well, but it doesn't make any, and that's the only one that faces directly at the panel that became transparent. While we were working on the reactor, I saw one of the archways become completely transparent, where I could see outside the craft. This immediately caught my attention, and as I focused on it, half that archway turned an opaque blue, and black symbols began to appear on that blue portion of the archway. I had never really seen symbols like that before, but my closest analogy to it would be Korean writing. The symbols themselves were not completely static. They were slowly tilting back and forth. While that archway had my attention, my lab partner Barry whispered my name to me to get my attention back to where it belonged. When I was in the craft, and I was kneeling down by the reactor and looked up at the screen, Barry just said, "Fine, fine." Like, what are you doing? That's not you. It's down here, which is what broke my attention. Go there. But yeah, but my point was when he said it, he just kind of whispered it. It's like you're in a library, so there's no loud talking. Hey, Bill, get me. It's just like, I don't know the reasoning behind that, but it's like a library. I can see that the craft had been worked on before, and probably for quite some time. One of the amplifiers had been cut out with a plasma cutter. Other teams were working on the skin of the craft, and there were lights, extension cords, and other equipment that were all over the inside of the craft. You had noticed that one of the amplifiers had been cut out of the craft. Yeah. You said they must have really been sure. You had to have been 100% confident that you weren't going to ruin the operation of anything if you went to the lengths to remove an entire amplifier out of the craft. Now, look, once you remove that out, the craft can't operate in delta mode anymore, which makes you wonder if they did that intentionally so it couldn't operate in that mode. Kind of the equivalent of clipping a bird's wings, keeping it, so it can't fly away anywhere. Somewhere, someone, and probably certainly more than one person, a group of people agreed that let's go take that out. And they had a damn good reason to do it. But they must have been absolutely convinced they knew what was going on. Moved it into the lab, and they were still able to operate the craft from that. So clearly a lot went on before I got there. At one point, Barry instructed me to go behind the seat and pointed towards a small honeycombed hatchway flush with the floor. We both crawled over to the hatchway, and Barry showed me where to put my finger in and pull backwards, and the little honeycombed hatchway collapsed, leaving an opening in the floor big enough to barely squeeze through and look down into the lower level. I was able to get the upper part of my body into the hatchway and got a good view of the three emitters hanging below. The lower level was very dark. There was just enough light coming in under the entrance hatchway to see the emitters and the lower part of the craft. The emitters were the only things that were a different color. They were black. The bottoms of them were hollow, and you could see sort of copper-colored plates inside them. They were hung by large diameter tubes, maybe 3 inches or so, just like the waveguide that extends down onto the reactor. When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration. So as far as propulsion, the craft operates in two different modes, called Omicron and Delta. Omicron meaning 1 and Delta meaning 3. That's referring to how many of the amplifiers and emitters are being used. Now in Omicron configuration, the craft lifts off the ground using 1 amplifier and 1 emitter. The other 2 emitters can swing all the way up to 180 degrees out the side of the craft. And what that does is cause distortion in space and kind of forces the craft to fall into that distortion. Kind of the opposite of the way our aircraft works. Instead of throwing material out the back, this causes some sort of distortion in front of it where it's drawn into. The other mode of operation, Delta configuration, is really used when the craft is outside the atmosphere, where it's sitting in free space. In that mode, the craft rotates on its side. It does a belly roll and faces the bottom of the craft towards the destination. The 3 emitters in the bottom of the craft focus on the destination. They're brought up to power, and the craft makes its jump. Now, the amplifiers don't operate on a continuous fashion. They pulse. They produce a pulse of energy and then require a recycle time. It's somewhere around 10 milliseconds or something like that. But then they essentially can fire again and make another jump. So, in traveling to a distant location, the craft will make several jumps. It's never just one long jump across the galaxy or something like that. It's just a series of jumps, and that's how it moves. When it arrives to where it is, it'll get close to the destination, switch over to Omicron mode, and set down or cruise around or whatever it's planning. As I went through the folders, there was another project called Sidekick, which dealt with any weapon potential of this spacecraft. That was with weapons applications, and I knew a little bit more about that. That was because the gravity amplifiers were used as a balancing device. I mean, to narrow the beam of something that appeared to be like a particle weapon. It seemed to be dealing with an accelerated particle of some kind. It was focused or held in place to prevent it from dispersing by the gravity amplifiers, by the emitters, actually. Project Looking Glass had to do with using the gravity amplifiers to distort time. And this isn't implying that they were trying to make a time machine, but they were trying to create a time differential, whether it was in milliseconds or fractions of a second. But it had to do just with that force distorting time. Now, I mean, we weren't 100% sure that that was even gravity or indicated for me to look up, and I looked up, and the craft wasn't there. And I looked over at Dennis, and he motioned for me to go back, and I looked, and as I moved forward, the craft comes into view. So you could actually see the photons bending around the gravitational envelope of the craft. You can see the sky above the craft bending, and as you walk by, it comes into view, and then it really leaves an impression. It's a pretty impressive thing.
The hope was that even something small and insignificant, what we would think is insignificant, but something small that we can grasp, that really, really understood it, as opposed to a big, complicated, the entire propulsion system. But if you can find a single piece and just understood exactly how that worked and how their science works, that would be the key. And the rest would all fall down like dominoes. Like, God, it's like, I had the understanding of transistor, and then, that's how a group of these makes an integrated circuit, and then the array of these, and the memory and computer. We got it. It's done. So we were hoping for that chain reaction to take place. Maybe it has, but when I was there, it was just we want to focus on some small aspect of it and see what happens. Right, they had a poster, and it looked like a commercial poster almost, like a lithograph, and you could buy it at a Kmart or something, but they were all over the place, and it had the disc that I coined the term the sport model, was lifted off the ground about 3 feet at Area S4 on the dry lake there, and the caption on the bottom said they're here. Looked like a commercially printed poster with the sport model above the desert floor that said they're here on it.
leaving the hangar and walked up and glanced through the window of one of the other doors as I was proceeding down the hallway. And what I saw was two technicians or scientists looking down and had either one of the seats or a model of one of the seats with what I thought was a doll, like a small creature or something like that, something that would be designed to fit. And I think they were just sizing up what kind of creature would sit in a seat that size. From what I understood, there were Russians working there right before I got to the project. And apparently there was some big discovery made. I don't know what it had to do with or what project it had to do with, but it was a big deal. And as soon as we found that out, we stopped the Russians from working with us. I mean, they were kicked out of the site, and whatever cooperation we had going on came to an end. To me, obviously, Russia had something, they must have had some other ET information, some technology, maybe that was compatible with this, maybe they had some other craft or parts or something. They had something that we wanted where we go to the unbelievable length of allowing them not just the information, but to be on site with us. So there had to be a good reason to do that. Dennis instructed me one day that I'd be taking a piece of Element-115 to Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico. I left on one of their planes from the test site, and while on the plane, I was looking through the documentation, and that's where I noticed that they had a code name for it. It was LA-1000, and it was classified as a new armament material. And that's all that the people at Los Alamos were supposed to know, that they were just machining an armament material. I had to remain there while they were machining the material and return with not just the material, but any waste material or shaving back to S4. The other strange thing is how it was packed. It was packed in aerogel. At the time, I had never seen aerogel. I had never heard of aerogel. It's essentially silicon dioxide. It's the lightest known solid. It's 98% air. Why it was packed in this material, I have no idea. This had a cutout for the 115 in it, and then that was inside of a lead case. I can't explain why it was packed that way at all. You went public in the 1980s, and even in the interview with George, you said you had a piece of Element-115 in a pump with an X on it, or a plus on it, with a laser pointed at it. Now, that was something that you could have said, yeah, I got a piece of plutonium in my pocket, and it's not true. You know what I mean? Right. If you did say you had a piece back then, and then you never said it again. Yeah. But you stopped saying it because it was just like, I stopped saying it because, I had it too close to me.
Bob made sure to have the gel stuff in a beaker in that.
Yeah. The aerogel.
Aerogel.
Yeah, there was something like pointing the particle accelerator at the 115 in the bucket that was charging.
Yeah.
Bucket.
Yeah. That was real. That was real. I know 115 doesn't exist, and a stable form of it is non-existent, and nobody's ever seen it. And the only wispy piece of it that we've got now, it only lasts microseconds, and then it's gone, and it's radioactive. Nothing like the stable form that he describes has been found by humans. But he had a piece of it, and I don't care whether people believe it or not. He did. And I saw an experiment at his house with a thought chamber that seemed to bend light. Now, I'm not a physicist, but it looked like it was bending light to me, and that was impressive. I know that when Bob thought he was going to die, and he was going to be killed, and there was good reason for him thinking that. He had that piece of 115 and this bigger round disc thing in front of his particle accelerator with an X in the middle, and if he was going to go, they were going with him.
friends and drove out to this place and turned the lights up, snuck into a little area, and we all watched it. A month before you ever took us out there, they had him at arm's length, not calling him back to work, and he was suspicious about it. I knew what he was doing, and I was looking at all the history, what happened in Russia and the United States. I said, man, I would be where it's happening right now. Bob says, what are you doing on Wednesday night? I go, nothing. Because he knows they're testing on Wednesday. Roman 18 up on the real estate appraiser. I lived in Las Vegas for 44 years. Been a real estate appraiser about 40 years of that. For someone just watching this, I'm sure for them to believe what I'm going to say, they don't know what's on me. I've never been arrested or convicted of any crime. I've been a real estate appraiser for 40 years. There's never one complaint against me. So it's just a normal citizen. I'd say I'm pretty upstanding. I have had speeding tickets. That's one of the things.
He was the person at the time that I confided in almost on a daily basis. When I came back from S4, I would tell Gene kind of what happened. I was really concerned about talking to anybody else. And I just, I think Gene was the closest friend at that time in Las Vegas.
We took us out there. We went to Lear's RV. It was Bob and his wife and Lear and me. And we saw what we could later identify as a flying disc because it had novel movements in the sky. Helicopters and blimps and airplanes don't do this. They can float around very softly and then dart up here and then be here. And then you don't even see it move. And now it's down here. It moved around. It did a step move. It actually went up in the air like this and hovered, then dropped way down. Then it just floated around and turned around, and then it started coming up the mountain range. But again, I couldn't have said that was a flying saucer. It was an anomalous thing. And of course, Bob said there's a static charge that takes it around on the scale of the disc. And as the disc gets further colored up, the brighter this charge is.
When the craft is energized, there's a high DC voltage on it. That's just always present there. We knew there was high voltage visually when the craft takes off. And then it just appears to be a byproduct of the way the reactor is working.
So anyway, we did see, jumping around, and we had a good shot at the telescope.
Good evening. This is John Lear, and today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles due east of Blue Lake, Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here I have a celestron scope, it's 8 inches, and I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw it myself, but in fact it was a disc. We're going to stay here for another couple hours here to see if we can show you folks an actual extraterrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government.
Okay. Good luck. No, what? You didn't move it, did I? Just because I can't do it. Look at it now. That's enough for me to get the sun. Okay, hold on right there. So is this the first time on camera we're going to talk about what we actually saw the second time out there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is going to be exposure. I'm going to be the first one to get this. 2 weeks later, the takes us out there. This must be April, whatever it was. And it's Jim Taliani, Bob, his wife, his name. This time, we see the elliptical shaped light down by the mountain system to the south of us. And there it is, and we can tell that, look, we've seen it before. And then, without seeing it move at all, suddenly it's halfway between us and the mountain. And then, suddenly, it's much closer to us. I'd say 75 yards away and 150 feet up in the air.
During the test flight, when the craft rose up, it made very abrupt moves to the left and right, and then made a
and it was just gone. Now we did later see it floating around and go back down by those mountains and have pictures. It's like the movies that dropped down behind the mountain. This was the thing that Bob could not effect. He had no idea that there was going to be a kid out by the 275 that would come that close to us, power up, and disappear across actual purposes. He couldn't make that happen unless he was in cahoots with somebody at head snorkeling. But even then, they wouldn't have known where we were and when we were there. I suppose the question is, did they see us? Bob couldn't have been looking at the luxury of an Air-50 was, and I just believe everything he says, and this would happen. He couldn't make it happen. That proved, and I believed it before that, but that proved, that's empirical evidence. I saw a craft to do that, thanks to him, and it can't be denied, but that's presuming they believe me.
We got caught out there. We got shot, so I guess we got to go to the county areas. Johnson was supposed to die with then stopped right after the sunset. I guess called our names from our driver's licenses and social security numbers, whatever they do to Area 51 out there. Yeah, we went out there 2 or 3 times. So we go out there in the dark and you can't see your hands in front of your face. And we pull out there, stand around, and where the first time we were as quiet as possible, by the second or third time, we were making noise and joking around, and unbeknownst to us, they had seen us pull up there.
We were going down the first road in the Area 51. We just went there to park to see if we could see what was going on. Then the Wackenhut guards, who were the guys that guard the outside of the base, were watching us, but we didn't know it. We're out there with a telescope and video cameras, and Bob points out that there's a green light down there on the road. And then the green light dropped from head level down to the ground, and we realized those were night vision goggles, and somebody just dropped their night vision goggles, and we saw it.
There was 5 or 6 security personnel there, and one of them dropped a night vision scope, and we just saw it rolling down the road to us, going, "What is that?" And then when they saw they dropped it, they turned the lights on. And everyone was there. There were cars and a lot of guys, so it was very shocking. Yeah, that's when we got discovered. The consensus was, if they find me, there's going to be big trouble. So if I take off into the desert, they're just going to look like a bunch of tourists that are out there. So I went out into the desert. They got caught. Everybody got questioned. They eventually let them go. There were 4 people there. And then on their way out, before they got to the main road, I joined up with them, got back in the car. We continued on, and then we're stopped by the local sheriff. And the sheriff called it in, and he said, "Yeah, I got 5 people here." And Wyman said, "Well, there were only 4 there. Where'd you get the other guy?" So he asked for everybody's ID, and we gave it to him. So that's how they found out that I was there. As soon as they mentioned my name, from what I recall, they just said, "Okay," and they let everybody go. And that's how. That's what's going on. Dennis contacted me in the morning, so instead of going into S4, we're going to go to Indian Springs, which was an auxiliary Air Force base, in that general area, part of that stuff. So we went to Indian Springs that morning, and that's where I was debriefed and interrogated. Literally said 2 or 3 words the entire trip. It's like a half hour, 45-minute drive. The only thing he did say on the way down there was, when we said this is highly classified, we didn't mean that you could tell your friends and family about it. And that was, I think, the only thing he said. There was someone at the guard station to let us in, and then someone at the building, and he left after that. There was M16, and guys slamming their fingers in my chest, screaming in my ears. They were pointing weapons at me. There were a couple guys in the room that they sat me down with, and they were more angry than anything else. I don't think they exactly knew what to say, but they kept going over, "Didn't you understand the security briefings?" And one of the guys had a sidearm rifle that he kept poking me with. We had a story on me while I was out there about me being dropped off at the stop sign up on the top of the hill, and then I really didn't go out there, and I didn't want to. And all. The first thing that they said, reviewing your clearance, and there've been some problems with it. Your wife's been having an affair with her flight instructor, and here's the transcripts. And, they just kind of explained it, opened a couple places, and was reading stuff into me, some particularly unpleasant areas, and I kind of put most of this out of my mind. They let me go after that, and I think they were going to yank the clearance anyway because of what was going on. They were simply waiting to see if it was something that was going to fizzle out or not, and apparently it wasn't. It's something I don't like to talk about. It's upsetting, and it's probably the least of what I remember about the entire situation. And it was essentially the last day that I had ever worked. But yeah, they were upset was an understatement.
They shot after somebody shot, and maybe it's a warning perhaps.
Yeah, like a morning, I had my back tire shot out of my car in Oakland on the freeway. I was dropping some real estate photos off the here. Through x-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube that goes around. It was a typical lens setup, stuff, components, everything all over the place. And one guy in there, Barry, who got up immediately and was clearly really happy to see me. It seems like he used to work with somebody else. He had a lot to say. He was excited to show me everything and bring me up to speed. It was kind of like a little kid at that point. Wait till you see this. And, he displayed how the amplifier, operates connected to the emitters and how things operate even though they're not connected. And he was very anxious to show me everything and anxious to make some progress too. So this is where he said, we're focusing primarily on the power and propulsion system of the craft. And I said, great. What craft? I think he was holding off intentionally telling me anything because what he wanted me to do was to feel the gravitational field on the reactor. So we went over, he rotated the emitter, and the reactor was on, and he said, go ahead and try and touch that. And when I pushed my hands on it, that was the biggest scientific shock I've ever had, because there's nothing in the world that can do that. And he said, that's what propels the craft. And that is a gravity generator. And that was the moment that I realized what was going on. Barry indicated that what I saw there was the propulsion system in its entirety. He started with the reactor and the small hemisphere on the plate. So this is apparently the power source. To the left of that, on the ground, was what he referred to as the amplifier. And to the left of that, at 90 degrees, was a large pipe-looking object. He said that was the emitter. These functioned together to produce a gravity propulsion system. The power phase frequency was created by the reactor. The amplifier increased its amplitude, and that was channeled into the emitter and focused or beamed wherever you want to provide the propulsion. Barry shut the system off by rotating the emitter, and then he proceeded to take apart the reactor to show me it had components too. When he did that, you were able to touch the hemisphere in the reactor, remove the hemisphere, and then you can see a small tower with a tube coming off of it. That tower had a cap on it. The cap split off, and inside was a triangular piece of a almost copper-colored material and little splice marks on it. And that material turned out to be element 115, a super heavy element yet to be discovered at the time. To start up the reactor, of course, we need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams, which is just under half a pound, machined into a wedge like this. And a piece of 115 this size can be utilized as fuel for a period of 20 to 30 years. Element 115's melting point is 1740 degrees Celsius, and its standard oxidation state is +3. The atomic radius of 115 is 1.87 angstroms. The frequency of the carrier wave for element 115's gravity A wave is 7.46 hertz at a 1 micron bandwidth. This is the reactor, and from what we've been able to determine, it's what powers the craft. It's made of several components. First is a removable hemisphere. There's a tower and a color drift tube on the side, a small cap that comes off. And inside the tower is what we think is the fuel, element 115. The fuel element is placed inside the tower, cap is placed on, and then as soon as the hemisphere makes a flat connection to the base, it'll create its own gravitational field. It becomes operational. It will push your hands away as soon as that's sat on there. And the field is similar to like poles of a magnet. There's some plasticity to it. You can push back on it as hard as you want, but a really important thing is it's not transferring that force to the base. Even though this would move, you can push on the field and it wouldn't slide this. And if you had two magnets with like poles and you pushed on one, the other one would go sliding across the table. That doesn't happen here. Through X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube that goes around the base. We assume that's something like a cyclotron, where particles are accelerated around, and there's, if you want to call it an off-ramp, it's the drift tube. It comes up and interacts in the tower in some way to produce energy. Now, this device doesn't produce any heat at all. It didn't produce 1 degree of temperature change, no matter how much load it was under. To turn the reactor on, all the components in the craft are connected in some way, but not physically. And we really don't know how that is. If you take one of the emitters and you rotate it past 20 degrees, your reactor will turn on. And you can no longer even get your hands by it. Conversely, to turn it off, rotate the emitter, the reactor shuts down. And assumingly that's removing the load from the reactor. I think it's just load sensing, sees that the emitter amplifier wants power, and it turns on. But the exact mechanism that's taking place here is completely unknown. So I began to feel the field about it here, and at this distance, there's no way you're moving your hands any closer. But like I said, the most amazing thing is leaning into it, putting all your force on that. Nothing moves at all. And when the reactor's off, you can easily slack it. So that's really impressive. And we call this a gravity-propelled craft, a gravity generator. And we're calling it that because we know the effects of gravity. We know how it works. We don't know everything about it, but this produces an effect similar to gravity, so we're calling it that because we don't know of any other forces that exist like that. This could, of course, be something other than gravity. This could be a completely other force that we're just not familiar with, and we're just labeling it, as gravity propulsion, gravity field coming out of here, just because that's all we're familiar with. But keeping that in mind, we tried to see if it was possible to shield it with different materials. We tried cardboard, plastic, metal, everything, and the field interacts with everything. And there's nothing really that shields it. So, it behaves like gravity does, but it could certainly be something else. Part of the fear was based on the fact that they had said I was replacing somebody that was killed in the project. They were being pressed to produce some results. And I think from what I understand, they cut into an operating reactor and it detonated. It's not like it was a research project where you're really into it. It was exactly like disarming a bomb. every single day. That's what it was like, because once again, we had no idea what we were working with, and we're working with absolutely tremendous amounts of energy, tremendous amounts of power in very condensed sources. The slightest wrong move could release a tremendous amount of energy.
So as part of our investigation, we go through all the normal protocols. We contact the U.S. Air Force at Nellis. I ask them questions about Area 51. They won't answer any. Later on, I asked them about a place called S4. I called the Nellis Air Force Base, but their public information office, somebody I got to know over the years, do you have any place called S4 on the Nellis Range? And the answer was yes. And in fact, they said there's more than one. I said, can you tell us where it is? No. Can you tell us what goes on there? No. But it's real. Yes. And I asked them about Papoose Lake. You got anything there? No. Absolutely not. Nothing, ever. And I asked people who worked out there. Anything in S4, Papoose Lake, never, ever. Wouldn't even have a way to get there. There's nothing there. I knew that was not true. You know, we eventually got some satellite photos that showed that there's a road from Broome down to Papoose. Why do you build a road down there to a place that doesn't exist and there's nothing there?
The S4 installation is built into the mountain, and the hangar doors are built on an angle commensurate with the slope of the mountain. These doors are covered with a sand-textured coating to blend in with the side of the mountain and the desert floor.
So here's the entrance right here. This is the area where the hangar doors are, and then this is, let's say, the side door where the mouse is here. And as of the 25th of June 2024, the terrain here is so, let's call it beige or yellow, which was not like that, because if I click on the timeline, you can go back in time in Google Earth. So if I go just one notch, look at the difference in color of the terrain. That's the actual color. And in the 2022 version of the satellite imagery, you actually see detail here. And if you get closer, you even see the Joshua trees and all that. But if I bring this back to the latest, look how everything disappeared, which is clearly intentional. But what it did is you can actually, if I zoom out, you'll see this beige. Look how they.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that interesting?
It's interesting. It's unbelievable.
Look how incredibly. Look how they identified that area.
Pick Papoose.
Yeah,
they fucked it up.
Saw that? Yeah. So
Look at that. It's just as foreign.
Exactly. Oh. Isn't that something? Yeah. So now their mistake is that as we zoom into their washed out terrain around the Papoose area and around S4, their new filter that they put in there allows us to see tracks, which you couldn't see earlier. So now you have this incredibly clear.
Yeah, they say where no one ever drives.
And so you even have on bordering the terrain area and the actual dry lake, if you get really close, you can actually see the track.
Yeah, well, yeah, we drove right along it.
Yeah.
That's unquestionably really lucky.
And so, interestingly, we see the tracks, which are literally right by S4. And then if you go to this other road, see there's a little road here, okay, which is very near S4, and we go here, you can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in every direction, and you can look at all the traffic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's not one guy driving around.
No, that's not one guy driving, exactly. So,
And there's no public out there. So, what are you doing?
yeah, this is Google Earth, so it's not like we're making this up. This is online. Anybody can actually go there and actually do the timeline. Because if I just click here on 2022, just let me do that. There you go.
Yeah.
It's back to normal. And now you can actually see the terrain. Now we'll go into the more interesting part where there's a series of photographs. We already had gone through this about a year ago, and there was a person who had flown into the restricted airspace out there and had a very good quality camera on board of his private plane and snapped about images of Area 51, the Groom Lake facility, Papoose Mountain Range, Papoose Lake, and all that area, and did an incredible tour. He even had the Nevada test site where there's all the craters of all the bombs that blew up. And there's this picture that is publicly available. It's been publicly available now for over 5 years. And this is a picture that was taken at about 17 miles from the Papoose Lake area where the hill is located, where you said S4 was located. Initially, the picture was utilized by a whole bunch of people online saying, as you can see, whatever Bob Lazar said was untrue. There's nothing there. Obviously, the picture doesn't show anything. Well, all you have to do is play with the contrast, play with the levels in the image. And if you look carefully in this version here, where it's the contrast has been changed, that as we zoom, look what you see. Yeah, you can start seeing that. You see them clearly right there. Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors, yeah. And what's really interesting about it is that if you look carefully,
But like they're made to not be visible.
yeah,
So yeah, you wouldn't expect them on a normal photo to show up. I mean, they're trying to hide them from satellite photos. So, but yeah, this seems to be an effective way of bringing that resolution out.
and if you look carefully, the first one is slightly wider.
Oh, that's a good point. It's the big hanger.
Yeah,
That's a really good point. Look at that.
you can actually see it.
Yeah.
Look at the difference between the first one and the second and the third.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So it doesn't provide the world evidence that there were flying saucers there, or it doesn't.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but it is incredibly interesting that the image shows pretty much exactly what you had said in 1989. And if you hadn't been there and you hadn't seen that, then you predicted something that was pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, you could say that about a lot of stuff. I said it. Yeah, right. And everything I say just happens to be the way it is. But yeah, that's fascinating.
The second time I went out to the site, the bus, as it arrived at the S4 facility, did not make the left turn and slow down. It stopped in front of the hill. And when I got out of the bus and walked around to the front, I can see a full view of where we were working. And this time I can see there was a large hangar door open in the side of the hill. Inside the hangar door was the sport pod, the flying saucer. The first thing that went through my mind is, well, this explains all the silly UFO reports where we are making a secret fighter that's in the shape of a flying saucer, and that's all there is to it. We walked into the hangar, and I was instructed to walk with my eyes forward and just enter the door at the end of the hangar. I slid my hand along the side of the craft, got reprimanded right away for doing that. But the craft itself had a part of the hatch was removed, or I guess it's the entire hatch, and you could see right next to the hatch, there was a backwards American flag stuck on there. Again, that kind of cemented into my mind, well, this is an American product. Why they put the backwards American flag on there, I'll never know. But anyway, we continued in, and I went into the lab from there. But that was the first time I ever had contact with the craft.
Barry was showing me how took a regular kitchen candle, lit it, and he put it near the mouth of the emitter. And when he rotated the emitter, the flame stopped flickering. It just stood like it was a photograph of itself. Barry said, you know, what do you think is unusual about that? I said, aside from the fact the candle's not moving anymore. And he said, just think about it. I said, yeah, it's still emitting light and it's not moving. So the photons are still moving. But again, if it's a gravity wave coming out of there, gravity bends light. It should look distorted. I should either not be able to see it or the whole image of it gets bent or distorted. But how can the flame stop moving and it still be emitting light without any distortion? So these are some of the things that really made me think it's not a gravity wave. There's something else because it's not behaving exactly like that. So, and also he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was another direction or more the same way, but it made a little black ball in the air where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark area. So there it's affecting light, but it wasn't in the candle test before that. So it's a really unusual thing. One time in particular that we got somewhat mischievous, we had a reactor operating, and the field that develops around it is somewhat elastic. So you can take and try and push on the hemisphere with your hands, and you can't touch it. It repels like poles of a magnet, but somewhat elastic. So to demonstrate this, Barry had a golf ball. He threw it at the reactor, and it didn't hit it. It rebounded off and then knocked the ceiling tile loose, which we immediately panicked because we knew Dennis was coming back in, so we had to scramble to replace the ceiling tile and clean up all the little fragments of particles that dislodged from it. I heard it a couple times. Meet me in the big hangar. And I don't remember if it was Dennis or Barry that also referred to where the sport model was. That hangar was the big hangar. The hangar that housed the sport model was like a typical airplane hangar, with the exception of the angled doors that I mentioned before. This hangar was equipped with typical tools and extensive electronic equipment. It also had a machine with an X-ray emblem on it and an overhead crane rated at 20,000 pounds. Equipment in this hangar was marked with a black number 41 with a white circle around it. Well, the hangar was lit by mercury vapor lights, and cone-shaped lights. There was a countless number of them on the ceiling. In addition to those, there were tripod halogen lights, dual-head halogen lights set up, and those really provided a lot of bright light for working close-up, and those were a lot more useful than the overhead lights. I had at least partial views of the 9 different discs out at S4, but the one I'm going to describe to you now is the one in which I not only saw 2 of the 3 interior levels, but I also saw it fully functional in flight. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. Now, previously, I had estimated the Sport Model to be about 15 feet high and about 40 feet wide, but since then, I've enlisted some expert help from the field of computer imaging, and together we've scaled the disc up from the size of components which I had a close look at and could accurately establish their actual size. From this analysis, I'm now presenting to you the most accurate information I can convey regarding the disc's physical structure. The Sport Model is 16 feet tall and 52 feet 9 inches in diameter. The exterior skin of the disc is metal, which is the color of unpolished stainless steel. The Sport Model sits on its belly when it's not energized, and not the stereotypical tripod legs that folklore usually associates with this type of craft. As you can see, the entry hatch is located on the upper half of the disc, with just the bottom portion of the door wrapping around the center lip of the disc. The interior of the disc is divided into 3 levels. The lower level is where the 3 gravity emitters and their waveguides are located. These are the integral components of the propulsion system that are used to amplify and focus the gravity aid waves. The reactor is located directly above the 3 gravity emitters,
on the center level and is in fact centered between them. The center level of the disc houses the amplifier heads as well as the seats, which were too small and too low to the floor to be functional for adult human beings. The walls of the center level are all divided into archways. At one point in time, when the disc was energized, one of the archways became transparent and you could see the area outside of it just as if the archway was a window. Then a form of writing, which was unlike any alphabetic, scientific, or mathematical symbols I've ever seen, began to appear on one side of the transparent archway. I was never given access to the upper level of the disc, so I can't enlighten you as to what the porthole-like areas are, other than that I can assure you they're not portholes.
Anytime I was in the big hangar, my eyes were always focused right on the sport model. There could have been fires going on either side of me, and I would still have been looking at it. It was that captivating. When I was close to the sport model, I really focused on the skin of the craft. What it looked like, how it changed the color. It has a small antenna-looking device, which is actually a waveguide that protrudes from the top. It is like pewter gray in color. It appears to be metal. I felt it. It's cold. It may not be. It might be some advanced ceramic of some type. So the body of the craft had ripples. One of them we call the insulation ring. It was a dark black color. The only thing on the outside that was a different color than the craft. We call it the insulation ring because when the craft is in operation, there is a high voltage detectable on the skin of the craft, but that high voltage is not present above that ring. The upper part of the craft, above the insulation ring, or what we call the planar arrays, black window-looking, porthole-looking openings in the craft. They were unusually dark, really dark, almost looked like holes, although they weren't. It was theorized that they were used to determine the craft's location in space, each one of them looking out in space, apparently looking at star positions or whatever energy or light it uses to locate its place, each one looking in a different direction, and then some sort of computer in the upper level that takes that data and figures out its location. Again, I may be completely wrong, or the people that came up with that may be completely wrong, but I would agree with that. Just looking at it, it has to be something along those lines. I walked up to the stairs that led to the entrance of the craft. I remember climbing the stairs, how excited I was to finally get to see what's inside the craft. When I got to the top of the stairs, I can clearly see the reversed American flag to my left. The hatchway is fairly small, and I put my hands on both sides of it to bend down to go inside. And when I did, my hand was near the reversed American flag, so I noticed the exact size. It was just a little more than a span, a little more than as far as my fingers stretched. And I glanced down and looked at the security guard who was staring at me and just kind of gave him a smile and proceeded into the craft. I was shocked at how sparse the inside of the craft was. Everything was the same color, the same texture, and it all appeared to be the same material. Virtually everything had a radius of curvature to it, and everything looked like it was molded together, with the exception of the reactor. Even though there were two tripod lights set up inside the craft, it was still very dark. I've often described the interior of the craft as being very ominous.
I got to look inside, and it had really small chairs, and I think that was the first confirmation I had. That was just a shocking thing, because every time before that I was able to label, well, this is just a little advanced that a group of scientists had formed, and they're keeping it secret. And we could have built a big disc like that. That's no problem. And, we could have adapted these to make it fly, but why does it have little furniture inside? Essentially, little seats, and now and things began to click together just all too fast.
I was in there with my lab partner, Barry, and there was also another team working elsewhere in the craft. While going over the reactor placement, Barry drew my attention to the archways
that all surrounded the interior of the craft, explaining they were hollow and actually waveguides. The waveguide, which terminates as the antenna-looking object from the top, that kind of folds down on itself, so it extends and retracts, and that sits on the top of the reactor and essentially channels the gravity wave up there and into the superstructure around the craft, so it's dispersed evenly. While we were working next to the reactor, I got a really good look at the 3 seats, or what we assumed to be seats, that were far too small to be usable by an adult human. You know, if you look at the seats, what I call the seats, the placement, one of them, the waveguiding reactor, is directly in front of a seat. Why would you ever do that? I mean, either the guy that sits in that seat is on reactor watch, and he just sits there and makes sure everything runs the all, but it doesn't make any, and that's the only one that faces directly at the panel that became transparent. While we were working on the reactor, I saw one of the archways become completely transparent, where I could see outside the craft. This immediately caught my attention, and as I focused on it, half that archway turned an opaque blue, and black symbols began to appear on that blue portion of the archway. I had never really seen symbols like that before, but my closest analogy to it would be Korean writing. The symbols themselves were not completely static. They were slowly tilting back and forth. While that archway had my attention, my lab partner, Barry, whispered my name to me to get my attention back to where it belonged. When I was in the craft, and I was kneeling down by the reactor and looked up at the screen, Barry just said, "Bob, Bob," you know, like, "What are you doing? That's not you," you know, like down here, which is what broke my attention to go there. But yeah, but when my point was when he said it, he just kind of whispered it. It's like you're in a library, you know, so there's no loud talking, "Hey, Bill, get me," you know, it's just like, so I don't know the reasoning behind that, but yeah, it's like a library. I can see that the craft had been worked on before, and probably for quite some time. One of the amplifiers had been cut out with a plasma cutter. Other teams were working on the skin of the craft, and there were lights, extension cords, and other equipment that were all over the inside of the craft. You had noticed that one of the amplifiers had been cut out of the craft. Yep. You know, you said they must have really been sure. You had to have been 100% confident that you weren't going to ruin the operation of anything if you went to the lengths to remove an entire amplifier out of the craft. Now, look, once you remove that out, the craft can't operate in delta mode anymore, which makes you wonder if they did that intentionally so it couldn't operate in that mode, you know, kind of the equivalent of clipping a bird's wings, keeping it, you know, so it can't fly away anywhere. Someone, and probably certainly more than one person, a group of people agreed that let's go take that out, and they had a damn good reason to do it. But they must have been absolutely convinced they knew what was going on, moved it into the lab, and they were still able to operate the craft without it. So clearly a lot went on before I got there. At one point, Barry instructed me to go behind the seats and pointed towards a small honeycombed hatchway flush with the floor. We both crawled over to the hatchway, and Barry showed me where to put my finger in and pull backwards, and the little honeycombed hatchway collapsed, leaving an opening in the floor big enough to barely squeeze through and look down into the lower level. I was able to get the upper part of my body into the hatchway and got a good view of the 3 emitters hanging below. The lower level was very dark. There was just enough light coming in under the entrance hatchway to see the emitters and the lower part of the craft. The emitters were the only things that were a different color. They were black. The bottoms of them were hollow, and you could see sort of
copper-colored plates inside there. They were hung by large diameter tubes, maybe 3 inches or so, just like the waveguide that extends down onto the reactor.
When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration.
So as far as propulsion, the craft operates in 2 different modes, called Omicron and Delta. Omicron meaning 1 and Delta meaning 3. That's referring to how many of the amplifiers and emitters are being used. So in Omicron configuration, the craft lifts off the ground using 1 amplifier and 1 emitter. The other 2 emitters can swing all the way up to 180 degrees out the side of the craft. And what that does is cause distortion in space and kind of forces the craft to fall into that distortion. And it's the opposite of the way power aircraft work. Instead of throwing material out the back, this causes some sort of distortion in front of it where it's drawn into. The other mode of operation, Delta configuration, is really used when the craft is outside the atmosphere, where it's sitting in free space. In that mode, the craft rotates on its side. It does a belly roll and faces the bottom of the craft towards the destination. The 3 emitters in the bottom of the craft focus on the destination. They're brought up to power and the craft makes a jump. Now, the amplifiers don't operate on a continuous fashion. They pulse. They produce a pulse of energy and then require a recycle time. It's somewhere around 10 milliseconds or something like that. But then they essentially can fire again and make another jump. So in traveling to a distant location, the craft will make several jumps. It's never just one long jump, across the galaxy or something like that. It's just a series of jumps, and that's how it moves. When it arrives to where it is, it'll get close to the destination, switch over to Omicron mode, and set down or cruise around or whatever it's planned. As I went through the other folders, there was another project called Sidekick, which dealt with any weapon potential of this spacecraft. That was a weapons applications, and I knew a little bit more about that. That was because the gravity amplifiers were used as a collimating device, to narrow the beam of something that appeared to be like a particle weapon. And it seemed to be dealing with an accelerated particle of some kind that was focused or held in place and prevented from dispersing by the gravity amplifiers, by the emitters, actually. Project Looking Glass had to do with using the gravity amplifiers to distort time. And this isn't implying that they were trying to make a time machine, but they were trying to create a time differential, whether it was in milliseconds or fractions of a second. But it had to do just with that force distorting time. Now, I mean, we weren't 100% sure that that was even gravity we were dealing with. But anyway, the group that was working on that was attempting to see if that can distort the flow of time.
The information in the overview of Project Galileo was accurate. I read the overview and later witnessed evidence which proved it to be accurate. So it is possible that scientists involved with other projects could have seen evidence that these other overviews were accurate. But I can't make that assertion. To me, these reports were simply words and pictures on paper.
The hangars are all connected together. There are large bay doors between each one. And there were 9 total that I saw, each one being different. I was in the lab with Barry, and Dennis came in and said, "We're conducting a test flight. Why don't you guys come out?" We left the lab through the side door, which leads directly into the large hangar. And when I opened the door, all the doors between the hangars were open. And I looked down and I saw how big the installation was, and that there were other craft in those other hangars. I couldn't see very far because they weren't well lit, but it did go on for quite a ways. In the hangar adjacent to the sport model was another craft that sometimes I refer as the Jello mold or the bundt cake. It looks like a bundt cake mold without the hole in the middle. It appeared to be made of the same material as the sport model, same color, same sheen. I couldn't see much going on with it. Again, this was just a single glance. The other craft looked like a top hat or a straw carnival hat with a large brim on it. This one, same color, same sheen, apparently the same material. Also slightly smaller than the sport model. But this one wasn't laying flat on the ground. It was leaning on the wall. And what was interesting about this one, it had a hole in the side of the brim, if you want to call it that. As if it was shot from underneath with a projectile, because you could see some of the metal bent outward. The craft was already outside of the hangar. There were some researchers and some other security personnel standing at the opening to the hangar. Everybody was looking at the craft. There was what appeared to be a VHF radio, because what caught my attention was they were in communication with someone in the craft. And they were using a conventional VHF radio to talk to them. And I believe it was in the 140 or 150 megahertz bandwidth, because it said right on the radio. And knowing how the craft worked, it would be impossible for it to receive a radio signal through the gravitational field. I mean, if it bends light around it, there's no way a radio wave is getting inside the craft, yet they were talking to it. So I was really perplexed by that, and for a minute just focused on that, and looked at the craft and wondered, you know, obviously there's something I'm not getting here. Dennis instructed me to go out, and I stopped, looked at the craft, and it was sitting on there, and began to lift off the ground silently. And there was a little hiss from the corona discharge, kind of a bluish purplish glow at the bottom, which dissipated as it took off. Once it was sitting in the air, Dennis instructed me to go further. And I went out. I didn't look up. I was just walking forward, and then looked up under the craft. And I looked back at Dennis, and he motioned me to come back. And I started walking back. I saw his hand go up, and he indicated for me to look up, and I looked up, and the craft wasn't there. And I looked over at Dennis, and he motioned for me to go back, and I looked, and as I moved forward, the craft comes into view. So you could actually see the photons bending around the gravitational envelope of the craft. You can see the sky above the craft bending, and as you walk by, it comes into view, and then out of view. It's really, it really leaves an impression. It's a pretty impressive thing to see. The hope was that even something small and insignificant, what we would think is insignificant, but something small that we can grasp, that really understood it, as opposed to a big, complicated, you know, like the entire propulsion system. But if you can find a single piece and just understood exactly how that worked and how their science works, that would be the key. And the rest would all fall down like dominoes. Like, we got it. You know, it's like, you know, I had an understanding of transistor, and then, oh, that's on. A group of these makes an integrated circuit, and then an array of these, and it's memory and computer. We got it. It's done. So we were hoping for that chain reaction to take place. Maybe it has. But, you know, when I was there, it was just, we want to focus on some small aspects of it and see what happens. Right, they had a poster, and it looked like a commercial poster almost, like it was lithographed, and you could buy it at a Kmart or something, but they were all over the place, and it had the disc that I coined the term the sport model, was lifted off the ground about 3 feet at Area S4 on the Dry Lake there, and the catch on the bottom said they are here. Looked like a commercially printed poster with the sport model above the desert floor that said they're here on it. I can't fathom why they did that, or where they did it.
somebody made it there here poster. You know, I even went up to it and stopped and walked back and looked at it and felt it. And it was just a poster. To this day, I can't imagine why they did that, but I wish I had one. They were pretty cool. This technology that you've learned about thus far was brought here by some alien beings from the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 star system. Zeta Reticuli is a binary star system, which means it has 2 stars and is located approximately 38 light years from Earth. These beings are from Reticulum 4, which is the 4th planet out from Zeta 2 Reticuli. This is the way star systems were referred to in these reports. They simply designate the name of the star and then number the planets from the nearest to the furthest from the star. Our star, the Sun, was designated as Sol, and the Earth was referred to as Sol 3 because we're the 3rd planet out from the Sun. These beings said that man was the product of externally corrected evolution. They said that man, as a species, had been genetically altered 65 times. They referred to humans as containers, yet I don't know what we're containers of. These beings said that they had been visiting Earth for a long time and presented photographic evidence which they contended was over 10,000 years old. There was an exchange of hardware and information in Central Nevada until 1979, at which time there was a conflict which brought the program to an abrupt halt. The beings left, but were to return at a 1623 date, and I don't know what that date is. With the remaining hardware and information, the U.S. government started the back engineering program.
The parts that Bob read that he was least willing to talk to me about, even back then, that they had been involved with our DNA, with our evolution as a species, that they've been tinkering along the way. That's
Yeah, G-Hub brings it is disturbing stuff. G-Hub brings that up a lot. I mean, I don't talk about it. The main reason is because when Barry and I did discuss about their reports, he said, take everything with a grain of salt because they'll, intentionally inject ridiculous things in there. So if anything ever gets out, they know exactly who to track it back to. There were references to, beings or pilots or whatever, and some entities that were related to the craft, but they were always referred to as the kids.
In the documentation, you saw some pictures of some creature, an autopsy of some type.
Yeah, I did. I saw some sort of, if you want to call it some sort of autopsy report. I don't know what a normal autopsy report looks like, but yeah, it had to do with a photograph and drawing of a dead creature with the chest cut open in a T fashion, the skin peeled back, and what appeared to be one large organ as opposed to a bunch of smaller ones, as if, I believe I said it before, as if all the organs in our body just grew together and operated as one unit. That's what it looked like, and that's what it's referred to. The beings themselves are 3 to 4 feet tall and weigh 25 to 50 pounds. Their bodies would most closely resemble a human toddler's torso if the child was emaciated from hunger. They have grayish skin with large heads with almond-shaped wraparound eyes. They have very slight nose, mouth, and ear positions and are essentially hairless. I believe I was leaving the hangar and walked up and glanced through the window of one of the other doors as I was proceeding down the hallway. And what I saw was 2 technicians or scientists looking down and had either one of the seats or a model of one of the seats with what I thought was a doll, like a small creature or something like that, something that would be designed to fit. And I think they were just sizing up what kind of creature would sit in a seat that size. From what I understood, there were Russians working there right before I got to the project. And apparently there was some big discovery made. I don't know what it had to do with or what project it had to do with, but it was a big deal. And as soon as we found that out, we stopped the Russians from working with us. I mean, they were kicked out of sight, and whatever cooperation we had going on came to an end. To me, obviously, Russia had something we needed. They must have had some other ET information, some technology, maybe that was compatible with this. Maybe they had some other craft or parts or something. They had something that we wanted where we go to the end.
unbelievable length of allowing them not just the information, but to be on site with us. So there had to be a good reason to do that. Dennis instructed me one day that I'd be taking a piece of Element 115 to Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico. I left on one of their planes from the test site, and while on the plane, I was looking through the documentation, and that's where I noticed that they had a code name for it. It was LA-1000, and it was classified as a new armor material. And that's all that the people at Los Alamos were supposed to know, that they were just machining an armor material. I had to remain there while they were machining the material and return with not just the material, but any waste material or shaving back to S4. The other strange thing is how it was packed. It was packed in aerogel. At the time, I had never seen aerogel. I had never heard of aerogel. It's essentially silicon dioxide. It's the lightest known solid. It's 98% air. Why it was packed in this material, I have no idea. This had a cutout for the 115 in it, and then that was inside of a lead case. I can't explain why it was packed that way at all. You went public in the 1980s, and even in the interview with George, you said you had a piece of Element 115 in a puck with an X on it, or a plus on it, with a laser pointed at it. Now, that was something that you could have said, yeah, I got a piece of plutonium in my pocket, and it's not true. You know what I mean? Right. Because you did say you had a piece back then, and then you never said it again. Yeah. But you stopped saying it because it was just like, I stopped saying it because, I had it too close to me.
Bob made sure to have the gel stuff in a beaker in fact.
Yeah, the aerogel.
Aerogel.
And it was like pointing the particle accelerator at the 115 in the bucket that I was charging.
Yeah.
Bucket would be.
Yeah. That was real. That was real. I know 115 doesn't exist, and a stable form of it is non-existent, and nobody's ever seen it. And the only wispy piece of it that we've got now, it only lasts microseconds, and then it's gone, and it's radioactive. Nothing like the stable form that he describes has been found by humans. But he had a piece of it, and I don't care whether people believe it or not. He did. And I saw an experiment in his house with a cloud chamber that seemed to bend light. Now, I'm not a physicist, but it looked like it was bending light to me, and that was impressive. I know that when Bob thought he was going to die, that he was going to be killed, and there was good reason for him thinking that. He had that piece of 115 and this pewter round disc thing in front of his particle accelerator with an X in the middle, and if he was going to go, they were going with him.
I became concerned as the days went on. There were always cars parked across from my driveway. And normally there's nothing there. There's no traffic. And even driving places, I was always being followed. Even when my friend and I went to the gym, even he noticed. Wherever we stopped, a car would follow us anywhere. I began to get a little concerned and took a few of my closest friends and told them, the job I had at the test site, I want you to see what's going on. Working with Barry, it became obvious he had something to do with the test flight schedule. And on one occasion, he was sitting across from me and had a list of the test flights, the dates, the duration, and exactly what was going on. I saw him working on it and read it upside down, seeing that every day was a Wednesday. I asked him what it was. He said it was the test flight schedule, and I said, what's with Wednesday? And he mentioned that Wednesday was statistically the least amount of traffic on the adjacent highway to the test site. So there'd be the least number of eyes when they were testing the craft. So I knew when one of the test flights was on a Wednesday night, gathered everyone together. We went out there, and exactly at the prescribed time, the craft rose up over the ridge of mountains. Everyone got to see it maneuver, the
form and basically told everybody what I was doing. We rented a car, took my wife, a few friends, and drove out to this place and turned the lights up, snuck into a little area, and we all watched it.
A month before he ever took us out there, you know, they had him at arm's length, not calling him back to work, and he was suspicious about it. You know, I knew what he was doing, and I was looking at all the history, what happened in Russia and the United States. I said, man, I want to be where it's happening right now. Bob says, what are you doing on Wednesday night? I go, nothing. Because he knows they're testing on Wednesday night. Well, my name's Gene Huff. I'm a real estate appraiser. I've lived in Las Vegas for 44 years. Been a real estate appraiser for about 40 years of that. You know, for someone just watching this who doesn't know, I'm sure for them to believe what I'm going to say, they want to know something about me. I've never been arrested or convicted of any crime. I've been a real estate appraiser for 40 years. There's never one complaint against me. So it's just a normal citizen. I'd say I'm pretty outstanding. I have had speeding tickets in the past. So that's one way to describe it.
Gene Huff was the person at the time that I confided in almost on a daily basis. When I came back from S4, I would tell Gene kind of what happened. You know, I was really concerned about talking to anybody else. And I just, you know, I picked Gene, who was the closest friend at that time in Las Vegas.
He took us out there. We went to Lear's RV. It was Bob and his wife and Lear and me. And we saw what we could later identify as a flying disc because it has novel movements in the sky. Helicopters and blimps and airplanes don't do this. You know, it can float around very softly and then dart up here and then be here and then you'll even see it move. And now it's down here. It moved around. It did a step move. It actually went up in the air like this and hovered, then dropped way down. Then it just floated around and turned around, and then it started coming up the mountain range. But again, I couldn't have said that was a flying saucer. It was an anomalous thing. And of course, Bob said there's a static charge that dances around on the skin of the disc. And as the disc gets further powered up, the brighter this charge is.
When the craft is energized, there's a high DC voltage on it. That's just always present there. We knew there was high voltage visually when the craft takes off. But then it just appears to be a byproduct of the way the reactor's working.
So anyway, we did see, you know, jumping around, and Lear had a good shot at it with their telescope.
Good evening. This is John Leard, and today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles due east of Moon Lake, Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here, I have my Celestron scope. It's 8 inches, and I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw for myself that in fact it was a disc. We're going to stay here for another couple hours here to see if we can show you folks an actual extraterrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government.
Okay. Good luck.
Move it, no, I did. Here we go. Look at it now. Oh, God. That's running enough for me to get the file. Okay, hold on right here. So is this the first time on camera we're going to talk about what we actually saw the second time out there being used? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to be exposure. You're going to be the first one to get this, right? 2 weeks later, he takes us out there. This must be April, whatever it was. And it's Jim Taliani, Bob, his wife, and me. This time, we see the elliptical shaped light down by the mountains, which would be the south of us. And there it is, and we can tell that look. We've seen it before. And then, without seeing it move at all, suddenly it's halfway between us and the mountain. And then, suddenly, it's much closer to us. I'd say 75 yards away and 150 feet up in the air, maybe.
During the test flight, when the craft rose up, it made very abrupt moves to the left and right, and then made a very dramatic move toward us. And I remember Gene Huff looking at it, even took a step back going, oh my God, because it came from such a great distance to so close so quickly. Did that a couple times, I mean, to the point it glowed extremely bright when it did it. In fact,
So much so, they backed up behind the car because they thought it might explode or something.
So now, after it jumps down close to us, it starts going brighter and brighter and brighter. And then, what we never told anybody until now, it disappeared. Now, this is all silent, by the way. There's no noise. And it was just gone. Now, we did later see it floating around and go back down by the mountains and tattoos. It's like the movies that drops down behind the mountains. This was a thing that Bob could not respect. He had no idea that there was going to be a fizz out by Highway 375 that would come that close to us, power up, and disappear for all practical purposes. He couldn't have made that happen unless he was in cahoots with somebody at Escort. But even then, they wouldn't have known where we were and when we were there. I still pose the question is, did they see us? Bob could have been working at the lunchroom at Area 51, and I just believe everything he says, and this would have happened. He couldn't make it happen. That proved, and I believed it before that, but that proved, that's empirical evidence. I saw a craft to do that, thanks to him, and it can't be denied, but that's presuming they believe me.
We got caught out there. We got stopped initially by the guards that are out in that area. John Blair spoke about, he was with us. Then stopped right afterwards by the sheriff, who I guess called in all our names from our driver's licenses and social security number, whatever they do, into Area 51 out there.
Yeah, we went out there 2 or 3 times. So we go out there in the dark and you can't see your hand in front of your face. And we pull out there, stand around, and where the first time we were as quiet as possible, by the second or third time, we were making noise and joking around, and unbeknownst to us, they had seen us pull up there.
We're going down the first road in the Area 51. We just went there to park to see if we could see what was going on. Then the Wackenhut guards, who are the guys that guard the outside of the base, were watching us, but we didn't know. We're out there with a telescope and video cameras, and Bob points out that there's a green light down there on the road. And then the green light drops from head level down to the ground, and we realized those were night vision goggles, and somebody just dropped their night vision goggles, and we saw it.
There was 5 or 6 security personnel there, and one of them dropped the night vision scope, and we just saw it rolling down the road to us, going, what is that? And then when they saw they dropped it, they turned the lights on, and everyone was there. There were cars and a lot of guys, so it was very shocking. But yeah, that's when we got discovered.
The consensus was, if they find me, there's going to be big trouble. So if I take off into the desert, they're just going to look like a bunch of tourists that are out there. So I ran out into the desert. They got caught. Everybody got questioned. They eventually let them go. There were 4 people there. And then on their way out, before they got to the main road, I joined up with them, got back in the car. We continued on, and then we're stopped by the local sheriff. And the sheriff called it in, and he said, yeah, I got 5 people here. And Wackenhut said, well, there were only 4 there. Where'd you get the other guy? So he asked for everybody's ID, and we gave it to him. So that's how they found out that I was there. As soon as they mentioned my name, from what I recall, they just said, okay, and they let everybody go. And that's how it went, yeah.
Dennis contacted me in the morning and said instead of going into S4, we're going to go to Indian Springs, which was an auxiliary Air Force base, in that general area, part of the test site. So we went to Indian Springs that morning, and that's where I was debriefed and interrogated. Literally said 2 or 3 words the entire trip. It's like a half-hour, 45-minute drive. But the only thing he did say on the way down there was, when we said this was highly classified, we didn't mean that you can tell your friends and family about it. And that was, I think, the only thing he said. There was someone at the guard station to let us in, and then someone at the building, and he left after that.
There was M16, and guys slamming their fingers in my chest, screaming in my ears. They were pointing weapons at me.
There were a couple guys in the room that they sat me down with, and they were more angry than anything else. I don't think they exactly knew what to say, but they kept going over
was forget about the stop sign story. We only talked about that on the phone. It's all too obvious. The phone was tapped.
And eventually they brought up the fact that they said, you know, we've been monitoring your phone and we've been reviewing your, you know, your clearance, and there've been some problems with it. Your wife's been having an affair with her flight instructor, and here's the transcripts. And, you know, they just kind of explained it, opened a couple places, and was reading stuff into me, some particularly unpleasant areas, and I kind of put most of this out of my mind. They let me go after that, and I think they were going to yank the clearance anyway because of what was going on. They were simply waiting to see if it was something that was going to fizzle out or not, and apparently it wasn't. It's something I don't like to talk about. It's upsetting, and it, you know, it's probably the least of what I remember about the entire situation. And it was essentially the last day that I had ever worked. But yeah, they were upset was an understatement.
I think somebody shot, and maybe it's a warning perhaps. Yeah, like a warning, I had my back tire shot out of my car and I was getting on the freeway.
I was dropping some real estate photos off at Gene Huff's office on Eastern Avenue in Las Vegas. And I drove down, Turtleston Boulevard went completely across the valley. And just as I was heading toward the freeway on-ramp, another car kept running up beside me. And, you know, they'd fall back, I'd move forward, they'd fall back. I thought it was some kid trying to race me. And they shot, they fired it, they were trying.
Wyman gives me the best shine and best convection. Your kitchen says a lot about you.
Some people just have very archful faces. I'm looking for something real, something pretty to hold. I'm king, so I'm rolling with imperial souls. BMW certified pre-owned. It's common sense.
Thirsty? Brain fog, fatigue, irritable headaches. Yikes. Yellow pea? Dehydration is trying to get your attention, and sometimes water just isn't enough. Transform ordinary water into extraordinary hydration with Live Hydroscience. 8 vitamins and nutrients, 870 milligrams of electrolytes, 0 sugar, 0 artificial sweeteners. Hydrate with Liquid IV, sugar-free.
signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dots with sensationally seasoned pretzels.
Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Henderson.
I need women to know that you're not limited to anything other than living your life openly and honestly.
Ask your healthcare provider if Big Tarby is right for you, and visit BigTarby.com to view the important facts, including important warnings.
Join Planet Fitness for one month down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
Big, the small, the sporty, the savvy, to all the moments in between. Zazzalon is high quality, good customized headlines and designs for any budget or style.
Welcome. Welcome. Okay? I you guys haven't seen the news. Hope you guys follow me on Twitter and all these respective platforms. I did tweet out a breaking story. I had a partial exclusive. Reportedly, there was a incident that occurred at the Hard Rock Casino. I actually made a little bit of a misstep with that because, you can kind of call it Miami, but it's not in Miami. It's actually in Seminole, Florida. But it's like right now, Miami. It's like, it's like right now. Anyway, there were apparently an incident happened, and Offset and Lil TJ were supposedly both shot. TMZ first reported that Offset was shot, and I got some pretty good sources that confirmed to me that there was another person who was injured, and supposedly that person was Lil TJ. There's multiple people in custody, and police at this time they're working to try to figure out what led to what happened. A lot of things to get to. We don't know the current status of both rappers at this moment. It's been reported that it's a leg shot. One of a little bit more elusive. Of course, again, I have a direct official source, heavily weighted, that confirms it. However, I did also talk to the team. And the team, while confirming that there might have been an incident, they weren't at liberty to tell me, or they, it's a lot of things going on. This is actually happening. So people are in custody right now. This is probably happening like now. And, they aren't confirming what my other source confirmed, but it is being confirmed. One of the best sources I had, that little TJ was shot. But anyway, the matter of fact is, little TJ was also okay. Now, clearly, I guess you guys are probably put two and two together. Here's that maybe, most likely, Offset and little TJ probably got into maybe some altercation. Why would I say that? That was using context clues. They haven't been getting along. They have, kind of gone back and forth, and potentially it seems like the first time since all of that. The good news I do have currently, but I'm gonna have to knock on wood. I don't have a death report, but there was absolutely a shooting that occurred at the Hard Rock Casino, and we're gonna get a little bit into some more, not necessarily messy stuff, but I have a relationship with both people that I have to. Okay. Right. Yes, I know. Hard Rock is yeah. People know these things. That's what I'm saying. So, you're right. Okay. Now, there's a video that accompanies it. I posted to my page. But this is supposedly video that kind of showcases people walking outside of the casino and seeing people detained, and also find out that someone was shot. Now, this guy is in custody right now. You can't tell who this is. Clearly, he's super angry. He's still going, he's still mad. There's another video from another angle. Here it's anything other than the fact that these have really kind of washing off the area. This incident supposedly happened pretty much like almost within an hour, so it's pretty fresh. Videos kind of substantiate that there was an incident that happened. TMZ has reported currently that, Offset, the former Migos rapper, was shot near a popular casino in Florida. Rep for the rapper confirmed he was shot on Monday near the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Actually, it's Seminole. It's in Hollywood, brother. Is that Hollywood? Past that, Per the spokesperson, Offset's fine and currently in the hospital receiving medical care. The rep says he's stable. Oh, Seminole County, my bad. He's stable and being closely monitored. A rep for the Seminole County Police tell TMZ we're aware of the incident that occurred at the valet area at 7 p.m. Okay, so it's currently 10 p.m. So this kind of happened like an hour or two ago, and but it happened after 7, outside by the valet area, and it resulted in non-life-threatening injuries to
1/3 of the Amigos, and one of their members already passed away, take off. So obviously, people, it's a legendary group. You do care about it. Anyway, and trust me, I'm getting a million messages and things of the sort. Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of give you a breakdown of maybe, again, we're speculating at this point, but now that I find out that two people who don't get along, shots get fired, and someone is hurt, and someone's at the hospital. Again, luckily no deaths reported at this time. It's probably safe to assume that maybe the feud between these men, and if you don't know, they haven't seen eye to eye. Apparently they had almost no relationship, or like a casual associate, like rapper to rapper relationship, and then went sour after supposedly Offset, like almost a year ago, borrowed some money from Lil Tjay in the in the casino. It was $10,000, and I guess Lil Tjay expected to be paid back. After he wasn't paid back, he took it online, and from there, that's where you can tell these guys didn't get along. Now, ironically, I talked to Offset today. Offset didn't. Offset yesterday. You want to be some reason, so but yeah, I talked to Offset then. I also did do an interview with Lil Tjay that's scheduled to drop like in a couple of days. The timing also, y'all might think I'm on like some flag shit. I'm not. Lil Tjay has an album dropping. I believe it's soon. So they asked me to hold the interview. But anyway, the point is, he also spoke about Offset there. I have a little bit more context to it. I think it's on our interview. So I'll kind of break down their issue. He runs into Offset, mostly Offset's like in the casino now. Now, and again, Offset, I love you. I'm just telling you what people have said about you. Obviously, I'm not. Offset sometimes thinks you can get in with friends. That if I say something bad about it, it's like I'm trying to. No, this is what other people. Okay, I gotta be honest. So, from what I've been told, Offset basically lives in the stadium all the time. Gambles a lot. I'm guessing if you're probably doing that, you're probably losing a lot, whatever. But we've seen mad random videos of people just running into Offset at the casino because they're a lot. I've been told the casino treats them well, right? They're going to treat you well when they're taking all the money, right? They allow them to stay in their suites, they give them all the amenities. If he needs to use the jet, it's whatever, right? That's the least they can do, right? If they're robbing you blind, that's the least they can do. I gotta go to like Michigan. All right, take the casino, whatever. But he's there a lot. Fans have kind of known this, and I got worried for him a long time ago because the videos that I saw of him at the casino, not with security, it's kind of like there, right? And I get it, like if that's almost like your second home, right? Keep in mind he's going through a divorce with Part B. Obviously has kids and definitely family, but for whatever reason, he's there a lot. But that becomes a security nightmare when everyone knows where you are constantly. You're by yourself. Yes, Offset ain't no home, but it becomes a security risk when any random person could just pop up in your bed. Okay? Now, is that what happened here
we're trying to confirm that TJ got shot. So again, I don't, I get it. They're trying to protect TJ and everything, but I'm just hoping these are non-life-threatening injuries, no matter where it happened, right? So Offset's in the hospital. TJ, from what I've heard, I heard TJ was with some niggas. They scattered like those. It's like roaches out of cereal box, and they're like, you know what I'm saying? They're all there. And some people did get detained by police, but the idea is niggas left, right? So I think that's why they're trying to lay low. However, the information's been put around. If you don't know, these guys got into some type of like altercation, which led to gunfire. And that's what I want to say, man. I hope Offset, you didn't like when I said this last time, but I gotta still say it. I hope Offset is still viewing. I don't care what gambling deck he's in, you still gotta remember your Offset. You know what I mean? You can't be that accessible, you can't be that lacking, you can't, your whereabouts can't be that known. We're in a really crazy time. So that's the current update.
Icon has the tools pros trust, from wrenches to storage solutions, diagnostic tools, and more. Built to last and backed for life. Pick yours up today. Icon, tool truck quality, unbeatable value. Only at Harbor Freight.
Now at Whataburger, you can get the new big ranch wrap for $3. Buy premium wanted chicken bites for $4. Or if you choose Whataburger Junior for $5. Add fries and a drink for a little more. Now that's a Whataburger deal at Whataburger. Download the app. Spencer, reach out to Cardi B. I know that's her ex-husband and also father of the child, but I don't think it'd be fair to have Cardi B be the spokesperson for all of the time. So yeah, nothing happened. Anyway, I'll give you kind of a rundown of what occurred. Now, I do have an interview coming up, and this is not, I'm not trying to fuck it in, but it does matter. I'm going to tell you why it matters. Because, I think I asked him about one of those things. I'm going to watch it to make sure he said it on the camera. But I did ask him about the situation with Offset, and Offset not giving him the money back. And I will tell you, in a very eerie way, and again, I'm not jumping. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to stop here tomorrow. But I do have a TJ. I'm trying to, whatever is out coming out, I'm trying to ask for that. But he did say, I believe on the interview, when I asked him, I said, no, so what happened when you try to get the money back from Offset? He told me, he said, Offset told him. He said, Offset DM'd him and said, nigga, get it back in blood. That's literally what he said. I swear. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. And I was like, oh. So, supposedly, he lends this nigga 10 minutes, and I don't lie, the interview, it's not like he said, bro, he was like, yo, man, if I let this money thing, I need my shit back. I'm not trying to get money or whatever. Supposedly, Offset told him in DMs. Because I said, well, why you just holler at him for the money? He said, yeah, I did. So I said, what did he say? He told me to get back in line. I swear. That's what he said. I swear. I'm making it up. Yo, we're like a weird time now. I'm like, he stayed that everything's good. But that's what he said. It is what so I hope it has nothing. I hope it has nothing. I really do. But yeah, I'm trying to give you like a little rundown of why that is. So far, no one has seen. And again, way I've found out.
Oh, that sounds good. Let's go ahead now.
Something to figure out. I want to give you a little bit of context to this. Is this it? So this is it. lie. I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. Offset says, oh, joking. I just seen his pop up. It got me the wrong nigga next to me. I will smoke very little away. Who the fuck you think? Who the fuck you think you talking to? You gotta be talking to the wrong nigga. I'm gonna do it right now. Smack you. It's Offset. He got tab over you. Don't debate yourself over that little pencil. And this is a wrong. And if it's that, it's not the other Tracy. Then he just says, nah, never after the girl. I swear to 10. None. Offset says, say that. So you don't think it's capsules. Do not know it's Offset for money. Pop, LOL. Thanks. What's up? Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Lil TJ. Now, Lil TJ explained the situation. I think on his friend's stream. He explained why. Is it here?
Yeah, I don't know. So that's like, you're paying up. Why? That's what I'm saying. Like, oh yeah, I wouldn't.
Okay, I'll later.
I'll tell you how to speak it so that the broken. Fine.
Okay. Let's get to the supposed reason. Can I get this one out of the shit voice? Okay. Why this Offset? Offset broke. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you how to speak it to that broke that. I'll tell you a true story. I got nothing to do with that shit because, you know, he was pop. He was panicking. He was asking random people for cash apps. He was broke. I don't know what happened. Nobody was answering his phone call. He tried to run up, chasing. Months out of gambling addiction. And then says, yo, he just popped. He called it for cash app in front of me. I ain't gonna lie to you. The first time I opened, I'm like, you popped. You waiting for some bread? I don't know. Wait for my money. I don't know. So I'm like, wow, you know how I get? He gets popped. Not us two dicing each other. He gets popped straight to the casino. Goes not. He get another loan from somebody else for like 2 bands. I don't even take my loan. I'm not Offset. I'm good on my money. I'm not even worried about the. Nah, mad, bro. I definitely run up for 5 bands. I don't know. He pops for the next band. He gets 2 bands. He get a band from a random nigga. I swear to God, I don't know who. He's like, yo, thanks, Ma. I don't know. He pops that. Another 5. So I see like 13 bands in loans. I don't know who got paid back that day. You feel me? Bro, where's my mother? Ducked me for so long, boy. And mind you, I'm 23, and this is Raindrop, Drop Top, Cardi B husband. And I'm only talking crazy because he's talking crazy. Like, why? It was some crazy over my brand. And I beat my brother's birthday, but I'm not even, you feel me? Wait, what? And I beat my brother's birthday. You know what's birthday? Remember this one. And I'm only talking crazy because he was talking crazy. Like, why? It was some crazy over my brand.